Paula,
Mayor Fay,
here.
Trustee Cobb,
Here.
Trustee Jenkins,
Here.
Trustee Lucrezi,
Here.
Trustee Rowe,
Yeah.
and Trustee Swisher.
Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have received an agenda and have had a chance to look at it. So do any of the trustees have any questions? Other changes they want to make on the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. Oh, Lucrezi. And we have the consent agenda. Does anyone have any changes in that? It includes a contract that's already been budgeted for the 2022 street paving project, as well as re-roofing the community center. And there's the sale of a lot that the town owns. It's not parkland, it is a building lot. Any changes on the consent agenda?
Could they explain the correction to the 2017 subdivision recording error?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a stab at that, man.
Okay, please.
So in 2017, there was an application from the property owner at 128 Baylor Drive. At that time, which was under our old code, they wanted to establish some easements that required a minor subdivision process. So they applied for that. Staff prepared a report. They were going to bring it before the trustees for approval or for deliberation. A few days prior to that meeting, as I understand it, the applicant withdrew their application. It was already, the staff report and resolution were already in the board packet. So it was not deliberated, it had been withdrawn, it was not discussed at that meeting. But due to some staffing changes at that time, the resolution was signed by the then mayor, along with all the other resolutions from that evening, and recorded. There's a resolution tied to that property, which references a plat, which was never approved nor recorded. So this resolution, which is on the consent agenda, essentially would also be recorded on that property, clarifying that there was no subdivision made, and therefore the previous resolution should be ignored.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joseph. Any other comments or changes on the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Sir Jenkins. So as you came in, there was a,
Mayor Fay,
yeah,
we need a call for a vote on that.
oh, okay. We'll have a roll call vote.
Trustee Cobb,
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
Trustee Lucrezi,
Yes.
Trustee Rowe,
Yes.
Trustee Swisher.
Yes,
Now is the time for public comment. As you came in, there was a clipboard on which you could sign your name and public comment. And the first part of this public comment would generally be topics that don't relate to the public hearing that will occur later. So I'll look at the list here. So two people are McKenna St. John and Debbie Olson. are speaking about the liquor license. Is there anybody else that is about that topic? Okay, so we can begin. What you'd like, what you want to do is go to the podium and then give your name and address, and then you have up to 3 minutes to speak. So the first person on the list is Bill Redmond.
Hi, my name's Bill Redmond, live at 29853 County Road 361. My wife and I and Rob Potter started a free lunch in the park every Thursday. Been doing it for a lot of years now. And, with the way things are with the costs for food and getting food, that kind of thing, we were requesting a waiver for the fees. We have 13 weeks that we're down there. Everything's free to the public. We have food, we have games for the kids, books, that kind of stuff. Everything's free. And it's a service for the town. A lot of the homeless folks eat there. A lot of people traveling through stop in, and you know, it's basically promoting the town. So we've been doing that for, like I say, a lot of years. And this year it's getting kind of tight with all of us being on Social Security. So we're kind of requesting a little help this year. If you guys could waive the fee for the park for our permit. That's the purpose of our coming here tonight, so. About it.
Thank you. And then Rob Potter, are you speaking separately?
Same subject.
Same subject? Would you like to speak?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing us to come before you today.
Thank you for coming.
Same thing Bill related. We've been doing this, we think, for 15 years now. Out of our own pockets, we cook hamburgers, hot dogs, sometimes brats, sometimes chicken breasts all together. We don't charge a thing for it. Everybody comes in and eats for free. We think it's an enhancement to BV. All funds are out of our pocket. Some folks have told us this is our only good meal of the day. We have quite a few homeless people coming through there. That sometimes is the only thing they get to eat during the day. And these people show up every Thursday. So we know we're doing something good for them. Our lunches are known to tourists. We've had them come back year after year after year, and they tell us, when we come to BV, this is where we're going to stop on Thursday afternoons. We do this from 11 to 1 o'clock every Thursday, from the first Thursday in June to the last one in August. We clean the park before we start because it's usually pretty dirty. I don't know if you have folks that are hired to do that job or not, but we always have to sweep it down and fill our hands up with what we have to pick up before we serve people. When we leave, it's as clean as when we cleaned it up the first time. And that's about it. All we want to do is get a waiver for the fee for occupying the park every Thursday from 11 to 1. That's all we want. And that's about it. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Rob Potter, 14860 County Road 261C, Nathan.
Thank you. We generally don't make decisions during public comment, but this is something that we'll discuss among ourselves at the end of our meeting during the trustee staff interaction.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Alex Ware.
Hi, I'm Alex Ware. I live at 109 Windwalker here in Vida Vista. I am the treasurer of the Peak Pickleball Club, and basically this is just a thank you, particularly to the rec department for all the work that Earl and Shane have put in helping us put this project together. Without the town's assistance, even though we raised close to $200,000 for the project, it would never have happened. So your support in making this happen, along with the counties, is very much appreciated.
You've done an amazing job. Thank you. Okay, Michael Hannigan is next.
Good evening, Michael Hannigan. I live at 115 River Run Court here in BV. And I have two quick things. Prior to my retirement, I ran a large nonprofit organization over in the Pikes Peak region. And one of the things we did was we called it generational planning. We looked back 25 years and 50 years to see what had happened to our community in that time. Then we walked forward 25 and 50 years, which was a lot of blue sky thinking, but it was incredibly important to how we perceived our role in the future. So I want to bring that to two things. One is the Sangre de Cristo franchise agreement that the trustees are considering, that is really a generational planning tool, or should be. So you should be able to take a look at what was happening in BV 25 years ago, 50 years ago. You'd find the population was half the size it is today, probably. I don't have the data, but you'd also find that we were living in a cooler, less windy, wetter valley. All of those things are not going to change in the next 25 to 50 years. In fact, it's going to become more and more challenging. It's going to get windier. It's going to get hotter. It's going to be drier. The Sangre, you may say, what does the franchise agreement have to do with that? It's a huge, long commitment that the town makes with our electric company that needs to be looked at every 5 years instead of every 25 years, because the world is changing. That brings me to a project like Carbonate Street, which should be an energy independent project that uses solar and a community battery and other alternate energy sources to basically make that affordable utility bill side addition to the rental side. Because 25 years from now, we won't be burning coal burning power plants anymore. This town and this county could easily be energy independent in 25 years or far less than that. So I would just like to encourage the trustees to take energy planning seriously, as serious as you take water planning, and as serious as you take planning and zoning and the design of our town. I think it's incredibly, incredibly important. And this is a really good time to work with Sangre to say, how can we do things in a better, more effective, less expensive way? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So next is Wendy Hall.
Hi there, my name is Wendy Hall, 16015 County Road 356, Buena Vista. You guys get accustomed to hearing from me now and then, and this is a now. I wasn't planning on being here tonight, but I glanced through the packet last night and saw the candidate letters of interest. And I was very surprised pleasantly to see Peter Hilton Hinga's letter of intent. I know Peter and his wife, and I had not heard about it. Now that is not surprising to me. Peter is a quiet leader. He's thoughtful in his approach, and he's so bright. He and his wife moved here just one short year ago, yet they are already involved in the community and this and are helping out as much where they can. The town and the surrounding county will benefit enormously if Peter is selected to fill the vacated trustee seat. His skills also will complement the skills and expertise already present with the trustee board and with town staff. I simply cannot speak strongly enough in support of him, and I hope you know I'm not all that easily impressed. I mean, I liked Joseph. So as a note, Peter had absolutely no idea I would be speaking. With respect, I do not know either of the other two candidates, and they may very well measure up equally. I do know Peter, so I wanted to speak up. Thank you so much for your time.
And now, Mika,
I'm Mika Rosenauer, 103 Brady Road. My comment is similar to Wendy's. I also know Peter Hilton-Hinga and his wife and have known their family for a long time. I was not asked to come here. I saw it in the packet and was really excited about his candidacy for trustee. Many of you may know me from the Housing Authority Board. I'm your representative, and being on that board and being on a former city councilor myself on the Front Range, I understand the difficulties that we're facing as a community and the kinds of attitudes we need from leaders who can address them. Like I said, I've known Peter for a long time, and I think he'd be a wonderful choice for the town trustees. He's thoughtful, he's very kind, and he's really even keeled. And I think at a time when politics can get very heated, we need folks like Peter who listen to all sides and are really thoughtful about their community's future. You know, he's my neighbor, and I'd be so happy to have him on the board. So I hope you'll vote for him and his candidacy tonight. Thank you.
thank you. That's all that I have listed for public comment. Was there anybody else?
We do have one on Zoom.
Great, okay.
Yes, my name is Mike Thurman. I'm up at 14980 County Road 350. I also own and am restoring the Orpheum Building downtown. I would like to talk about Bob Taves as a candidate. 4 simple points. Bob cares about Buena Vista and its future as much as anybody that I know. Second point, he's got intellectual honesty unlike anybody I know. He is not beholden to friends, developers, special interest. Bob has a unique gift of honesty and intellectual honesty that supersedes party affiliations and special interests. He's a very common sense, thoughtful guy. So much so that he will call BS politely on anything to anybody if he sees the egregious untruths in them. And I think at this point, as a previous speaker said, Buena Vista, like every other mountain town in Colorado, is facing a very complex future. And it's one that is going to take a lot of creativity, thoughtfulness, intelligence, and intellectual honesty to get past special interest and figure out what we do to protect our community so that it has the feel and the integrity that we all loved from 40 years ago, from 30 years ago, but has that move forward in the very complex world that we live in that, you know, is coming our way, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. So I think Bob would make an excellent candidate for the board.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Not
That
seeing
was
it.
it on Zoom.
That's it, okay. No one else in the room? Okay. Next item on our agenda is, candidate introductions, statements by the candidates. And I am recommending that we have an election. So after we hear from the candidates, we'll use what's called ranked choice voting. So we're going to use a rating system where each of us will have a ballot and we'll rate the candidates, our number 1 choice, our number 2 choice, our number 3 choice. And then the town clerk and the administrator and I will count up the votes. If somebody has more than half of the votes, more than 50% of the ones, they're going to be our winner. If not, then if people the one who gets the fewest ones will be eliminated. And anybody who voted for that one, their votes will be elevated. So that we'll count them up again, count the ones, and again, we're looking for more than 50%. So that's the approach that I'd like to take. And I'd like to request a motion from one of the trustees to say that we're going to use that method of election, and then that whoever wins that election will be named as the new trustee.
I move that we elect our next trustee with ranked choice voting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, so
So we need a roll call.
For further discussion.
further discussion?
Is there any issue with legal with having that?
I would like Jeff just to weigh in to see what we officially need to do. I believe the board needs to make a motion and approve it. But Jeff, can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think what you're following right now is appropriate. You need the motion, the second, and then a vote to approve using that system. And assuming that the trustees vote in favor of that, then you'll basically be appointing the new candidate using that method. And just to be clear, using the word elect, you are voting, but you actually could submit the question to an actual election of the electors. But what you're really doing is you're appointing the new trustee using this voting system, just to be clear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And this is not something that is unique to Buena Vista. It is also used in Telluride and Basalt and Carbondale and Boulder. So it's just kind of a new concept for us here. So I think we are ready to hear from the
Let's
candidates.
have a vote.
We're gonna,
We're going to hear from the candidates first.
Let's have a vote that you're going to use this method.
Cindy wants a clarification.
In the past, when we've done these, we've done where number 3, given 3 points to our first choice, 2 points to the middle choice. Am I reversing this and our top candidate gets 1?
yeah, yeah.
Because I don't want.
And nothing gets added up. It's just simply a matter of counting up the number of ones that
Okay,
are.
So it's really first, second, and third choice.
okay. Thank you.
Is that right, Lee?
Right.
Could we have a roll call? Paula, please.
Trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee LaCretzi,
Yes.
trustee Cobb,
Yes.
trustee Swisher,
Yes.
and trustee Rowe.
Yes.
Okay. One of you needs to go first. Or is there any further discussion? This is my first time of really.
You did great.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. So we can go in the order in which we got the letters, which would be, Bob would go first.
Okay,
For Tibbs,
shall we?
please.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. My name is Bob Taves. And I think rather going into the contours of my past, which I think my letter sums up, I thought I'd talk briefly about how I would serve the board, how we would move forward together. And in my experience with the town, in my experience in business, in my experience talking to all of you who are so generous in spending time to get to know me and meet you, it came down to 3 themes that would govern kind of my framework of moving forward and processing decisions about the town and its needs and its challenges. And those 3 themes are in words, neighbors, talent, community. 3 legs of the stool, no particular order. Well, let's start with talent. And one thing that's emerged in my observations going back from when I started my career here 30 years ago to now, Michael, thank you for taking a generational look. It's interesting to see the surface area this town has to deal with, its complexity. It's staggering the load that I see this town staff take on. In my experience in business, one thing that has long been clear is the board's fundamental existence is about identifying, cultivating, promoting talent. And when I speak of that, I speak of the town staff. And the town staff right now is taking enormous load on and dealing with mind-bendingly complex topics. And it's very impressive. Pound for pound, the investment that the town makes in its staff is amazing, and they punch above their weight. And this isn't just a sop to you guys, but it is to look at what I see the responsibility of this role being is how do we promote and cultivate and protect the talent this town has attracted, and how do we think about carrying it forward? So that's talent. My second thought is community, and this is a word in my mind that carries maybe a lot of weight. It could be communication is the better word, or maybe holism is the better word, and I can't quite think about it as more than just community. And it's this. We saw it in the trails proposal. We see it in Carbonate Street. We see it all over the place. But this is an intricate system. Lots of moving parts, building a cohesive whole. And thinking about how all of those elements work together is, I think, a very important part of how I come to systems when I'm thinking about coming together with elements that need to work and do something for somebody or somebody's. And so, you know, Mr. Typel hosted a design charrette. That's a public meeting, snacks, by the way. So let's go do that. Carbonate Street, great project, fascinating. But the immediate question comes to my mind, which is how does Carbonate Street make the rest of the systems in Buena Vista great? How does it work with the trail systems? How does it impact the crossing at Belden Street if we put a new light there? How does it work with the river park? How does it make South Main better? So in terms of how I come to the table on issues, I think about a whole. I think about the cohesive elements that come together that work and how do we make them better? And that takes me finally to, I think, the most important element, and that is neighbors. And, you know, it's easy to get caught up in a lot of noise in our world right now. And we spend a lot of time maybe indulging in the noise and nonsense and labels. And I found that in my thinking and finding peace with those I live with, that if I think about neighbors, it clears up my thinking, because neighbors I can borrow a cup of sugar from. Neighbors I can help push a car out of a ditch. Neighbors I stand on common ground. We all choose to be here. And whether you've grown up here, whether you have picked this as your new home, Buena Vista should ultimately be welcomed, accessible, and a thriving community for all who choose to be a neighbor here. And so we are all neighbors. That's of vital importance to me. And so if I were to be able to serve on this board, that's an attitude I would bring, is I would bring a sense of service to my neighbors. So that's it. Neighbors, community. What did I say? Talent. That's pretty important too. Those are the framework that I would bring if I were elected or chosen, whatever the term of art for Jeff. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And if there, I don't know if we have questions or if that's necessary, but I'm happy to.
I think we should have questions, but I think maybe wait till after everyone has had a chance to give their initial introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Hilton Hinga is next.
Thank you. In 5 minutes, is that right?
Approximately.
Okay, try to approximate that. Hey, great to see all of you again, some of you and me, it's the first time. My name is Peter Hilton Hinga, and so I'm still a little touched by Wendy's comment. Thank you so much. That's so kind. So my wife and I moved here about a year ago. We first fell in love with BV up at Cottonwood Trails. There's a campsite that we kind of stumbled upon during COVID. We couldn't meet up with the people on the weekends, and so we ended up coming up here to camp along with everybody else. And we found this one kind of out in the middle of nowhere campsite, so we could actually stake out and find a place. And we went back there over and over again throughout the process, and we fell in love and would come down and have a bite to eat afterwards. And then when it came time for us to decide if we wanted to buy a home, where we wanted to actually start a family, we had to figure out what that looked like. Where do we want to raise our kids? And during one of our trips here, we saw like 3 kids playing in the river. They're in wetsuits and riding the eddy, and their parents were pushing the kids out to take another challenge and really to push themselves in their risk factor. And it was right there we kind of said, this is where we want to raise our kids. This is the community we want to be a part of. And so when I saw the opening for this seat on the board, I'm like, well, we just moved here. I mean, I am here a year next Tuesday, I think it is. So it's like, what right do I really have to kind of jump in here? I haven't been here for 10 years, 20 years. I haven't known a lot of people, but the thing is, we own a home here now. And I'm looking at what do we want BV to be in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? And if I start exercising again, what will it look like 40 years from now? So we have kind of a different mindset, and the fact that, this is only been a year. I don't have any axes to grind. I don't have an agenda to push. I just want to make sure I kind of am part of the conversation of what does this community we're going to raise our family in look like in the coming years. And we want it to be something where we have sustainable, smart growth, so that when we have kids, they actually have a place to come home to. And if they want to stay here, they would actually have jobs to afford a house. But that's up to us now to try to set up the frameworks for that 18 years from now, 20 years from now, if again we're fortunate enough to become parents. And so I decided to put in my letter of intent and throw out there and meet with all of you all. And throughout these conversations, it's just reinvigorated my love for why we moved here and the community we wanted to build. And it's not just affordable housing. It's not just how do we attract maybe certain industries so that you can have a diversification of industry and of jobs, but it's also how do we manage our resources? How, we don't have an infinite amount of water, so we can't just boom and grow. We have to be smart about it so that there's actually resources here for the future generations. And again, that's up to us now and how we plan for that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. So, for my future family, I kind of want to be a part of that conversation. And I kind of want to, before wrapping up here, just tell you a quick story that I've been thinking about a lot over the past couple months. Back when I was stationed in the Republic of Georgia, I was alerted about, I was an elections monitor, so there for kind of under the State Department, writing reports on just free and fair elections and stuff along those lines. And I was alerted about this one woman who was being threatened by the town administrator / sheriff / stooge put in place by the Russian oil industry of that area. And this woman had 2 children. She's a single mom, and both of the kids had life-saving surgeries when they were born. And they needed the health services on a regular basis to stay alive. And when she was telling me the story, she raised the shirt of her son and all the scars on his chest from all the surgeries he's had to have. And this town sheriff told her that because town sheriff found out she was supporting the opposing party. And so he threatened her and said, if you continue to support the opposition party, I'm going to cut off health services to your children. Essentially a death sentence for her kids. And while she's telling the story, she reached across the table, grabbed my hand and said in broken English, we want freedom. We want democracy like America. And I was thinking about this recently, mainly because of what's going on in Ukraine, but going throughout this process even more just reestablishes the importance of government services and local services and how much it impacts each and every one of our lives. And on top of that, the importance of being a trustworthy, transparent, and accessible and open public servant. And how if you lose the trust of the people, and people lose the trust of their public servants and the people who are just stepping up to do the best for their community, then you've lost your community. So again, it's just want to kind of leave you on that one of what kind of trustee I'd like to be, of being accessible and open and honest and transparent while trying to listen to everybody, because it's another plus side. Started working at the factory when I first moved here, and it's great because I'm working alongside people who were born and raised here, to one of my colleagues who found BV during van life, COVID, and all across the spectrum. And there's just this, it's beautiful, vibrant community that we need to figure out how to get along together and listen to one another. So I'll look forward to questions after the fact. I think that it's within the 5.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
And now Brian Conway.
Hello, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to hear us out. I, like Peter, just moved here. Basically, it'll be a year at the end of this month. First time I was here was 2017 to help out with the production for the Camp Out for the Cause. And I fell in love with BV and have been coming here every summer. And I knew that I would end up living here, but I never thought it would happen so quickly. But with the pandemic happening and kind of shifting gears, a friend of mine offered me a dream job to help sell real estate and build this beautiful community, South Main, and book amazing music acts into the Ivy Ballroom and into the lawn. So my background is in live music production mainly. I spent 20 years in Austin, Texas. This is the first time I've ever left Texas in my whole life, which was a big shock, and smallest town I've ever lived in, but it has been quite amazing. And one of the things about the community and the children that reminds me of when I was a kid growing up in a suburb of Houston called Sugarland is the ability for the children to be able to run around this community and be safe, and everyone's watching out for them. And I think it's quite amazing. And this opportunity presented itself, and I don't know how qualified I am for the position, but I'm totally a sponge and really enjoy working with people and learning all the new processes. And to be honest, the first 3 weeks I was here, I got to meet all of town staff, and it was quite an experience. I got to understand how the rules work, and it's been great working with them in the future. And we're really excited about the events that we're having this season. And we're actually throwing Wednesday night concerts. We're about to get ready to announce it for free on the lawn that will be benefiting nonprofits here locally, and we'll be alternating between there and River Runners. But all in all, I just want to say, this is something that I think I could be really great at, and I really like everyone on this board and everyone that works with town staff. And I appreciate you guys considering me for the position. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to have a little time to think about this while we have staff reports. Would you like to go ahead and ask questions of the candidates before the staff reports and then have time to think? Or
I would, Libby or Mayor.
okay.
I would
Please.
definitely. Do you want me to start? This is just give me one question for each candidate. This is kind of a 30,000 foot view. I don't really want you to dig down into the weeds with this one, but it's about growth, future development. What does that look like for you, and how does the board manage that? Go ahead, Bob.
What does growth look like? How does the board manage it? I wish you would have asked a hard question. I think the answer is bluntly, I have no idea. The real question comes down to goals, doesn't it? And it comes down to intention. And I'll tell this story. And it's this. 30 years ago, when I was an idiot reporter, no. People have gotten smarter as they've begun. Just a group of people came together and put together the bridge. And, you know, in my mind, I never understood what 4 Mile was about, but other people saw that. And it was a lesson for me that I've applied in a number of situations. I've been able to watch this bridge. It got dropped in, and behold, one trail turned into what we have now. We have Boyfriend, Camp Elevation, all the way going off to. And it's a lesson, isn't it, in what a generation means in terms of how you can foster and develop something that turns and changes the perspective of the entire community. And so what does growth look like? I'm not sure, but I do know that looking at the constraints that we have, water, space, land, the desires we have to build an accessible, desirable, sustainable community, understanding where those elements fit, let's start to reveal those questions. We are constrained. We don't have the water. The weather is an issue. Power is going to be an issue. So I think my profession as a communicator has been about trying to get organizations to the end of the story, or at least the later chapters of the story. So I can talk to you about process. I don't know really what that looks like. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll follow what Bob said and say, I don't totally have an answer for you. And I don't know if anyone really does to a certain extent. I think there are some tools at the disposal, right? In terms of, for example, what does growth look like for deed restrictions on housing or on homes? And I think, you know, there's the study going on right now, which we'll hopefully hear from at the end of the summer to get a report back and an understanding of some of the ways to move forward. And I think in general, how does this board approach growth? I think it's going back to the community on major decisions and trying to use like the strategic plan from 2015, but also updating that to a current population that's quite a bit different than it was 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and listening to the public about how they want to see it, and then what are the actual tools and mechanisms we have in place as a board that we can then use with the guidance again from the community. You know, that could be if it's resource allocation through the purchasing of water rights, if it's deed restriction on future home builds, if it's attaching certain parameters for any annexations that might happen. You know, I think one thing, what does growth look like? Again, I haven't made it through all of the strategic plans. I've only made it through a few of them, and the water one, I went cross-eyed and needed an appendix just to understand what all the different abbreviations were. But one of the things that stood out to me was that the population in 2020 was beyond what the expectation was back in 2015. So within that 5-year gap, we already exceeded. It was only 100 people, but in a town of 3,000, 100 people means a big deal. And also I'd say that between 2020 and 2022, there's been an even greater uptick that many of us have seen. And I know we saw when we were looking for homes, when it was a house ago on the market, by the time we got up here, it was sold. And so I'm guessing the population is even more. So we can't exactly project what it's going to look like 10 years from now, but we could try to put in safeguards based off of what the community wants. Always use that as a framework. Use the tools that are legally at our disposal to kind of follow that guideline. With, again, knowing that we don't have a crystal ball, we can't say exactly what it's going to be, but we can say, you can always have a high, medium, low, and try to plan accordingly. Again, using the tools that are actually at our disposal, and again, looking at the community and what their feedback was first and foremost.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah. So being from Austin in the last 2 years of the pandemic there before I moved here, I saw some of the most incredible growth and change that I never would have seen, and I was there from college until then. And so half of me just, wants to say like, there's a lot of, I mean, sometimes you just need to embrace that change that's coming. I just feel this place has been discovered. We've got all these other mountain towns that we know that have been discovered. So how do we shape this community knowing that this change is coming? And I think, what Peter was saying, use the tools that we have legally to create that community that we need, but also just really be aware that that change is coming and we need to.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah.
Other trustee questions? Sue?
Yeah, I'd also like to ask this question of all three applicants. Just what other boards or commissions have you served on? Other types of public service have you done? And also kind of a second question snuck in there, just, and it overlaps a little bit with Mark's, but just what would you say, just without too much detail at this point, I guess, are your top 2 or 3 priorities for town right now? What do you think the town's top 2 or 3 priorities should be?
Let's do service first. I think the most notable contribution besides, whatever volunteer efforts I could enumerate, would be my work promoting service on behalf of a company of about 18,000 people. We didn't have any volunteerism or service. It was an area where I could make impact. And we had the opportunity to bring together a diverse national workforce to serve the communities where we operated: South Carolina, Texas, Ohio, Colorado, all states. And so as much as any service I've been proud of, I would say, bring people together and harnessing that impulse for a common good in all of the community we worked was where I was able to make impact. So a little non-traditional, different path, but a very necessary, impactful one. So that's the service piece. The second piece, Trustee Cobb,
Just top, what do you think the top 2 to 3 priorities should be for the town?
Well, they're all, this is ink and water to me. Frankly, I think it's a good question. It's pick your favorite child. Because you talk about housing, you talk about affordability, you talk about growth, you talk about water, you talk about the constraints. And I think though where my eye lands is growth, is really housing for us as neighbors. That's the big deal. And with regard to then how do we, because that leads to how do we have a sustainable service economy? If we can't have people here who can access their community 365 days a week, if we can't house teachers, if we can't attract talent, again, it goes back to, in terms of themes, that's a bigger deal to me beyond just merely town staff. It's how do we attract folks to serve law enforcement, fire, in county, in town, teachers, up and down the economy. So, again, that's kind of an ink and water problem. Where does one land? Where's one start? Where's one end? I'm not sure, but I think those are the 2 things that have been occupying my mind is really having the most impact on a sustainable, thriving, verdant community that we need to promote here. So,
okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
A nice little routine, I guess. Yeah, so currently I was recently appointed to the Governor's Judicial Review Board for the 11th Circuit. So reviewing the different judges, and basically we kind of get together and write what's in your blue book. So when you go to choose your judges, you kind of get some sort of layman to read out of the judges. And I'm one of the non-attorneys on this, which means I let the attorneys talk for most of the time, and which they like to do. And I'm also co-chair for the Truman National Security Project, which is kind of focuses on trying to get political folks to understand military background, military people understand politics, so that they're not kind of at odds with one another, they understand where they're coming from. And then other service, I used to work for Representative John Salazar in DC. I was an aide for him for a few years, and my first official legal paycheck, I like to say, just because, you know, mowing lawns and stuff, we're always above board, but as a poll judge. So when I turned 18, it was a Saturday. On Monday, I went and registered to vote and signed up to be a poll judge. So I on the 2000 presidential primary, I think it was. I served as our poll judge and checked everybody's card and gave them the ballots and yeah. So that's why I brought it is try to kind of be involved from the get-go, from the jump. And the first one, and I mentioned this in the letter, but was volunteer on the Summit of the Eight when it came to Colorado, which was pretty cool. It was Boris Yeltsin was there, and so they made it Summit of the Eight when it was a G7 before, and basically just got people coffee. But it is just an amazing world to kind of be around it and walk about and hear stories. The two major issues, you know, I think I agree, Robert, as well, as that it's hard to say one or another, like, because it is all of the system. Like, we focus just on housing, then what if housing, like the rug gets pulled from underneath us and housing, there's a crash or something, then we're way too dependent on one thing and we focus on one area. Which, you know, I don't foresee coming up anytime soon. We're going to still need housing units, but then I don't think we can look at that without looking at sustainable employment. I don't think we can just be a service economy. I don't think we can just be a hospitality economy. You know, I mentioned this when I talked to some of you folks, but you go on the website right up there and you see the sales tax revenue, you see that peak right in the summertime and it going up to it and crashing down. That's hard to do, as you know, mentioned earlier, I want to raise a family here. And you can't raise a family if it's only an active town and people are only employed through the summer seasons. We need to figure out what is sustainable employment, and that is diverse employment as well. So that is, if you went to college or if you have a secondary degree, there are employment options for you there. But if you went to high school and you want to go to a trade school or you don't want to go to college, there's employment opportunities for you there as well. So we need to have a diversification of employment. Now, what the board can do to facilitate that is a different story. I don't have an answer for that, but I think those are the two main areas. Is sure, you can have housing, but if you don't have people who are getting paid a livable wage to live in those houses, then you're just getting second homes or short-term rentals or something else. And if you attract people for jobs but you don't have housing, then they're not going to have sustainable employment for those businesses. So, and then I'd say on the third part of that is resource allocation, you know, eye on what resources we have and how we are using those resources as we grow.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
I'm not served on any boards or anything like that, but I always like to say that when I'm hoping to produce a live music event, I'm supplying a really special environment for the whole community. We've all gone to that show and the energy is just amazing. And I'm always behind the scenes, just making sure everyone has what they need. So I feel like I'm always supplying that in any community, any concert that I'm at. I think Peter nailed it. I don't think I can say it any better than him. It's you know, except for the water, which I don't know a lot about, but I hear a lot about. That's a big issue. I'm not totally versed on how we can solve that problem, but you know, working with all the guys at the Surf Hotel and seeing how busy we can be in the summer, and then you know, being my first winter in Colorado and seeing how slow it can be, and you know, the rent that I'm paying is basically the same that I was paying to live in Austin, which to me kind of blew my mind. But I was also really lucky to find a place to live. And knowing that if we don't have the housing and we don't have the jobs for the housing, then we're going to have that issue. And I feel like, you know, what is that next step? What is that next big industry that maybe would look to come to our community that would help supply those jobs in order to build those houses?
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Any other trustee questions?
I have a comment. I think the only comment I have is it's really awesome to hear from all of you and to, regardless of the outcome, to continue to be involved. There's awesome advisory boards here. You can always come to a meeting and participate in public comment. And in 2 years, there'll be an election. And the last 2 elections have been canceled because there hasn't been enough people to make an election. So there's plenty of spots and openings over the years, and just find a way to be involved and participate. And thank you so much for all 3 of you for putting your hat in the ring.
Well said, Devin. And we're just very lucky to have all 3 of you guys willing to give this a roll. So, any other trustee questions?
Yeah, and I know your feelings now. I went through the exact same thing in 2016.
Say, so I was appointed last August, and one thing I can say to you guys is I mean, whether you've had public speaking or not, I've never taken a course. I know there's this thing called Toastmasters, and I always thought maybe I should take that someday. Never did, but there's still time. But to get up there and to allow yourself to be vulnerable in a room of people and online takes a lot. So just that alone, I commend you for stepping up and doing that. And second, what Devin said, there is an election in 2 years. So whatever shakes out, I definitely encourage the 2 candidates that don't end up here, please do consider running. So thank you for your time and way to get up there and do the thing. So.
I had an idea on the agenda if the board is open to it. If the board is ready to move on to the appointment process, because it seems like there's been good discussion here. And there's public waiting to proceed through the agenda. If you would be open to moving staff reports until after item C, that would allow you to get through the appointment and through the public hearing.
Sure, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
So everybody,
Time to vote.
each trustee has a ballot. You're gonna mark number 1 for your first choice, number 2 for your second choice, number 3 for your third choice.
Could do rock, paper, scissors.
I know.
Who's collecting the ballots?
Town clerk.
Yeah.
Mayor Fay, I'm gonna mute the speakers, the microphones just for now. Okay. The people on Zoom, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess to go through this process. We'll be back.
I love them. I saw them at.
Thank you, everybody. We do have a new trustee elected or appointed or to appoint, but that person's Peter Hinga. So thank you to all the trustees and for all of you to have prepared so well for this and put all the energy into talking to everybody. And I think we'll be a good board, and I really do echo the comments of Devin that we want you to run.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we need to get back to having competitive elections. So now Paula has details.
Going to explain the process that is going on as far as Peter's appointment.
I'm closer to the town attorney, so he can come through Zoom and clarify when I mess this up. So congratulations. And yes, someone that's been involved with this for a long time. It's great to see people stepping up. So thank you very much for the time and effort. So I just want to clarify. So for Peter, in order to get to the year residency requirement, the board can make the appointment tonight, which I think Jeff would agree that you did through this process on the prior motion. But it will be effective May 23rd. So Peter will take his seat at the next meeting on May 24th.
Yeah, that sounds right. I don't have the exact dates, but it's, you need to be a resident for 1 year as of the date of your appointment. So as long as that's the right date, that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can he set up here or no?
Oh, I don't think so.
No.
Okay. I don't know. Just asking.
And the answer is no.
Next.
Yeah, okay. So now we are ready for the public hearing. So I'll open the public hearing and we will, this has to do with the retail liquor store license for Vida Spirits LLC, doing business as Vida Spirits, which would be located at 595 South Main Street. And first, we hear from the applicant, is that right?
Staff will present the.
Okay, staff will present first.
Okay.
Paul, I think.
Do some review on the liquor licensing process and things, since we have several trustees that this is their first liquor license hearing. So the Board of Trustees acts as a local licensing authority and by state statute must review liquor regulated applications and determine whether or not required criteria for the approval of the license has been met. Before entering any decision approving or denying the application, the local licensing authority shall consider, based upon information from the application and related documents and the testimony of the public hearing. 1, the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood for the type of license applied for. 2, the needs and the desires of the adult inhabitants. The number, type, and availability of alcohol beverages beverage outlets located in or near the neighborhood, and any other pertinent matters affecting the qualifications of the applicant to conduct the type of liquor establishment for which the applicant has applied. And if the application is for a new tavern license or retail liquor store license, the following should also be considered. Whether issuance of the license would result in or add to an undue concentration of the same class of license, which would require the additional law enforcement resources. So an overview on our liquor license application that we're looking at tonight. On February 18th, Vida Spirits LLC, doing business as Vida Spirits owners Mark and Kristen Krasno, applied for a retail liquor store license at 595 South Main, Suite 100. The Krasnos are proposing to build a 2-story building with a 2,000 square footprint.
The downstairs space is intended to be the retail liquor store. The upstairs will consist of 3 condominiums designed as short or long-term rentals. They plan to break ground in the late summer or early fall of 2022 and complete construction sometime in early fall of 2023. The plan to build 3 on-site parking spaces behind the building and use 3 on-street parking spaces as the South Main PUD HOA allows. The liquor license is unique since the applicants request that the retail liquor store license be approved before investing money for building design, submitting a site plan application to the planning department, and starting construction. If the liquor license is not granted, the Krasnos will explore other options for the property. Several state statutes need to be considered when deciding to approve with conditions, or deny this retail liquor store license. Statutes allow the applicants to submit an application if a building does not exist. At its discretion, the local licensing authority may impose additional requirements necessary for the approval of the application. Statute also states that if the building is non-existent, the applicant shall file a plot plan and a detailed sketch for the interior and submit an architect's drawing of the building to be constructed. In its discretion, the local licensing authority may impose additional requirements necessary for approval of the application. Mr. Krasno received approval from town staff to submit the application with rough drawings of the plot plan and a sketch of the interior, and not include an architect's drawing of the building to be constructed. However, if the decision is made to approve the liquor license, the applicant will be required to provide a professionally drawn plot plan and a detailed sketch of the interior and architect drawings of the building that will be included in the applicant's packet to the state. Per statute, the state or town at its discretion may revoke or elect not to renew a retail license if it is determined that the licensed premise has been inactive without good cause for at least 1 year. In addition, the state or town may revoke or elect not to renew the retail license approved for the facility if it has not been constructed and in operation within 2 years after approval of the license. Our construction of the facility has not commenced within 1 year after the approval. This section of statute does not prohibit the town from requiring completion sooner than 2 years, or that construction start before 1 year. Statute also states no license shall be issued by any local licensing authority after approval of an application until the building which the business to be constructed is ready for occupancy with such furniture, fixtures, and equipment necessary to do business. And then only after an inspection of the premise has been made by the licensing authority to determine that the applicant has complied with the architect's drawing and the plot plans and the detailed sketch of the interior of the building submitted. State statute requires 3,000-foot distance between retail liquor stores. Approving a license for a building that is not constructed and will not be open for business until 2023, if the projected timelines are met, prohibits another entity from opening a liquor store in the South Main area or the surrounding area. When considering an application for a new liquor license, the trustees are charged with determining whether the applicant is eligible for the license, reasonable requirements of the neighborhood, the desires of adult inhabitants, the number, type, and availability of already existing outlets in or near the neighborhood, and any other reasonable restrictions placed on the applicant. So a summary of the review of the application submitted by the Krasnos. The appropriate fees have been paid. The application was set for public hearing and noticed in the Chaffey County Times as well as on the property. Background checks were submitted for Mark and Kristen, and they were satisfactory results were received from Colorado Bureau of Investigation and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Proof of possession of the premises has been provided. A needs and desires petition of the neighborhood was circulated and included with the application. The entire town limits of Buena Vista has been deemed the neighborhood. The board must determine if the petition as a demonstration of opinion suffices as a demonstration of need. Inhabitants do not include residents of the county or visitors. Police Chief Dean Morgan, Planning Director Joseph Tribal, and Code Enforcement Officer Grant Bryan has completed the town and county developmental approval form. And Typo commented the construction is subject to further approval of the site plan application as per the municipal code. Approval from Chaffey County Fire Protection District and Chaffey County Environmental Health are pending inspections after construction is complete. Points for the board to consider. Does the town need another retail liquor store? Buena Vista currently has 2 retail liquor stores and 4 convenience store that sells fermented malted beverages. In addition, 10 restaurants sell alcohol drinks to go and takeout with takeout orders. The store's location in proximity to the skate park, dog park, pump track, ball fields, community center, playground, river park, tennis courts, pickleball courts, and future home of the Chaffey County Boys and Girls Club, and parking convenience and access. There are no impacts to the budget, and the Board of Trustees action is a motion to approve with amendments, or deny the application for a retail store license for Buena Vida Spirits.
Thank you. Now we can hear from the applicant.
Hello, good evening. My name is Mark Krasner, my wife Kristen. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our vision for a new boutique wine shop and liquor store. When my wife Kristen and I moved here in 2006, there were empty, boarded up businesses and shops along East Main Street. South Main was just breaking ground, and hardly any businesses were open after dinner, even on the weekends. At that time, in 2006, there were 3 liquor stores in BV, and all of them were on the highway. Fast forward today, and we live in a vibrant and thriving town in one of the prettiest mountain valleys in Colorado. Population of BV and number of visitors has skyrocketed in the last 16 years we've lived here, and there are now just 2 liquor stores. Kristen and I explored the idea of buying Little Daisy and Raleigh when they were for sale, but the timing wasn't right and we didn't love the location. Our vision for this new business is to create a boutique wine shop and liquor store with a unique focus on customer education, interaction, and offering a wide and unique selection of specialty wines, spirits, and beer. Our special sauce is our desire to educate our customers and help them learn while exploring the wide variety of offerings. We aspire to create a beautiful store that blends into the South Main neighborhood. We will have 3 residential properties upstairs. They will be designed to function as long or short-term rentals. Timeline. We've engaged and are working with Russell Preston of Principal Architecture, who has a long history of designing authentic spaces in new urbanism communities. We've done some preliminary interior drawings, but we haven't wanted to get too far into the design process without assurances regarding the liquor license. We've had discussions with 361 builders who have completed several recent projects in South Main. They're excited to work with us and they have availability in their calendar. Before spending over $1 million on this project, we are asking for the assurance that this business will be allowed. Anticipating a completion date is a little difficult. We're engaged, funded, motivated, and ready to get this project open for business as fast as possible. However, we're aware of the supply chain issues that are impacting the construction industry nationwide. In regard to the 3,000 foot mark and how this might potentially impact another store going in, I would say that when you look at the 3,000, when you draw a 3,000 foot circle using the assessor map from Raleigh and Little Daisy, they do overlap, and they also carry to the north, south, east, and west of town. There's very few areas. This is one of the very few areas that are outside of the 3,000 foot limit, and not even all of South Main is outside of that 3,000 foot limit. So does town need another liquor store? We aim to provide a unique selection of fine wines, specialty spirits, craft beer, low and no alcohol drinks, grab and go snacks, and more importantly, a service currently not available in town, information and education about our products. We will have knowledgeable and experienced staff on the floor to help customers select the perfect bottle of wine for the occasion. We'll have informational graphics and published reviews on the products we carry for those that prefer to self-educate. There are 0 liquor stores in the downtown area. Both of the current stores are on the highway. Our market research has indicated that a wine shop and boutique liquor store is needed and would be particularly well received in the downtown area. With regard to this location, which is just right over here, we absolutely love the location we've chosen for this new business. Our lot is the entrance lot to South Main neighborhood, which we feel has several advantages. First, convenience. The downtown east side of BV is the fastest growing area in town. One of the characteristics of BV that we love most is how easy it is to bike and walk around our town, our relatively flat town. And a lot of people will live within a reasonable walk and bike ride from our store. Second, the South Main neighborhood is built on the principle of new urbanism, which focuses on walkable, pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use residences. The vibrancy of South Main is a perfect fit for this new business. Third, the location at the entrance to South Main is particularly appealing to us because it's easily accessible to customers without driving all the way into South Main. The current foot, bike, and vehicle traffic that is already traveling within sight of this property is very appealing to us. This lot is part of the connectivity of the East Main Street Business District to South Main. As East Main Street grows and Cedar Street continues to develop, having a commercial business at the entrance to South Main will be a big part of the connectivity of these two business districts. South Main could certainly use more retail shops in general. The location is in relatively close proximity to the skate park, pump track, dog park, and community center. We don't feel that there is any conflict with any of these user groups. Some adults over 21 frequent the skate park and pump track. The vast majority of people who visit the dog park and community center are over 21. We don't feel that we are in any relative proximity to the elementary school, and certainly less so than the marijuana dispensary on Main Street. The future Boys and Girls Club will be down the road and up a block, barely in line of sight. Again, we don't feel that there's any potential conflict here. Kids travel by liquor stores and marijuana dispensaries every day. The east side of BV is growing faster than any other part of town, and we feel that the location of our proposed store is ideal for the future of BV, primarily because of the location in the heart of downtown and how close it will be to so many homes. With regard to parking, we'll have 3 parking spaces behind the building and provide on-street parking along South Main Street. We'll provide a large bike rack out front, and there's room along the side of the building for a loading zone. Employee housing, we've thought about that as a need, and in regard to attracting top talent for our store. Kristen and I are in a unique and fortunate position where we own 8 apartments in downtown BV on the corner of East Main Street and Belden. You know, a third 3/10 of a mile from the proposed store. And we plan to use several of our rentals as employee housing and possibly one of the units above the store for our manager. Welcome any questions about this project.
I have a question.
Please.
Okay. Could you go into a little bit more detail when you say education?
Yes.
What types of education?
Absolutely. So we want to have basically a sommelier on staff, somebody who is on the floor, who's able to talk to people when they come in and say, I'm on my way to a dinner party, or my friend just came back from Italy and they really had a great time and they love the Italian wines. And we can engage them and ask them, you know, some questions and help them find the perfect bottle of wine for their occasion, for their dinner party, for the dinner that they're planning, or for the celebration, the person they're buying it for. And, you know, answer questions about the unique variety of products that we have. That's one of the things that we really want to specialize in, is have a very unique variety. You know, if you're looking for the cheapest case of PBR in town, that's not us. You know, so we really want to be a specialty store and have a unique variety of products that currently aren't available in town.
Thank you.
So the apartments that you have right now are short-term rentals, aren't they?
We have 8 apartments and 2 of them are short-term.
The others are long-term.
Correct. Yep.
So you take those 2 and make them into employee housing?
Well, we have 6 others. So, you know, we don't know exactly how that's going to shake out. A lot of it depends on who's coming. You know, we have 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom apartments. So which apartment we designate for which employee might be dependent on the needs of the employee, whether they're single or they have a family. And, you know, the position, you know, and what, you know, not all of our apartments are equal and in the same price. So, you know, we depending on the current leases, who's there, who we might want to end their lease and, you know, open up some spaces, or, you know, again, maybe we turn one of the short-term rentals into it. The short-term rentals, we currently only operate during the summer. We offer a 6 to 9 month lease during the winter for those.
What hours would you anticipate being open?
You know, that's a great question. That's something that we've played around with on our spreadsheets, just to kind of work into staffing. But generally speaking, probably, you know, 10 in the morning to 10 at night on the weekends, maybe 11 to 9 on the weekdays, something like that.
Yeah, I had one for you, Mark. I'm sure you're familiar with the training, the TIPS, I think it's called.
Yep.
And I know Chief Morgan was, asking if that would be available. Are you guys going to do anything like that for?
Absolutely. We want our employees and ourselves and our managers to be, educated in, the art of detecting fake IDs and also impairment in people, just like when, you don't want to overserve somebody at a bar or a restaurant, we don't want to sell booze to people who are clearly intoxicated when they walk in the door.
Good, thank you.
Yes.
So as I understand it, one of our big interests here is sales tax revenues. Are you willing to share sort of what your projected profits are from your business plan?
That's really tough, I couldn't with you now because I don't remember them, and honestly, that's one of the hardest things to project is the revenue, but so I'm certainly excited for generating as much tax revenue for the town as possible.
Do we have the chief with us?
Attorney Parker popped up. I don't know.
Well, I was going to jump in and just make sure we stay focused on the actual criteria for a decision. And just, I know this is not something you do every day, but the statute and Paula's memo outlines what you should be considering. And just to be clear, really, employee housing, how much profit they're going to make, that really isn't relevant to the criteria in the code, which basically are the needs and desires of the neighborhood, whether the applicant, is eligible, and the neighborhood needs and the adult inhabitants' desires. So just want to make sure we're clear.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I had a question that needs and desires of the adult inhabitants. What does that really mean? I'm a little confused on that.
Well, basically it's you're looking at like the requirements of the neighborhood, whether basically there's a need for another retail liquor store. And then you're looking at whether the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood desire one. And the town, right now in the town of Buena Vista, the entire town is considered to be the neighborhood. So you're looking at like the needs of the entire town. Some municipalities basically define the neighborhood a little differently. They'll have like a certain radius from the actual proposed location. But Buena Vista historically has done, it's called the entire town and neighborhood. So what you're looking at is, does the town, require another retail liquor store to serve the demand? And then do the adult inhabitants of the town desire another one? That's basically what you're looking at.
Can I offer something in follow-up to that? Obviously, I did submit that petition, with 30 signatures. That was incredibly easy to get. I did not encounter one single person who said no. And the people that I've talked to, beyond my general friends and just, acquaintances, have been very receptive to the idea. I haven't had a single person say that that's not the best idea they've had. And so we're very excited about this. We do feel like there is a need in the community. There's nothing downtown. Everything's on the highway. The highway is not very bikeable. It's not super pedestrian friendly. And so to be able to just walk bike and make this, shopping more convenient, I think is, the future of, the growth of this area.
Other trustee questions? Cindy, you got anything?
I do have a few questions. My battery is running. And it is just follow through to make sure that what we're getting is what we want. On page 96, the police department, Dean Morgan suggested that training, but he also did not mark whether he approved or disapproved. And I wanted to ask with the number of places that you can get alcohol in town, if it does increase the police officers' time duties, would we have to increase any of the police department to do that? And you said he isn't available.
Sergeant Garcia is on.
Okay.
Chief Morgan's absence. And I don't know if you heard that question or if.
I did. I wouldn't imagine it would require, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, without having a crystal ball, I don't think we could anticipate it requiring more police involvement than any other liquor store does. Generally, those are just going to be shoplifting types of calls, and they're not frequent for us. Just in speaking with Chief Morgan, his biggest concern was just the proximity to the parks and everything, literally next door, if I remember right, to the skate park and whatnot. But I don't think that that falls into the criteria that's being considered at this point.
You have anything else, Cindy?
I have a couple questions for Jeff. In our planning in the Parks and Recreation, we kind of have this area filled with family, children, activities. Our plans that we have built for the recreation department, will it interfere with any of the stuff that we plan for our recreation department that we haven't had the funds to build out there in capital projects in future years? Will it affect any of those projects that we were planning on doing? And the Boys and Girls Club is building a brand new building, and in the past many years, the Boys and Girls Club has used the school. Now the Boys and Girls Clubs will have better facilities, and if the school wanted to use their facilities, would it interfere with the business of the store? And on Carbonate Street, the build that we're planning, the bottom level is supposed to be daycare, and the school is working. The school is interested in doing that daycare program. So does that interfere? Is it too close? Does it interfere with what we're planning to do on Carbonate Street?
Well, from a legal perspective, future planned schools don't count for the location distance restrictions. So they have to be in existence at the time of the application, not in the future. So I think you sort of asked, that's like a legal answer as to whether or not it's prohibited within that, radius. But I think your sort of additional question is, would it be something that would somehow cause the applicant and the application and the location not to be something that would basically meet the desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood? Would the fact that we're going to have these, additional parks and facilities somehow make this a not desirable location? And I guess that's sort of more of a question for you to consider based on the petition that the applicant submitted and your, any other testimony or evidence you hear tonight dealing with, that particular question. So the petition is one piece of evidence about the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants, but there's other evidence you could use as well based upon anybody else's comments tonight. I hope that's helpful.
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick on that? So Jeff, if the liquor store goes in and a school function wanted to utilize a facility within that 500 feet, they could.
Absolutely. Yeah. It doesn't prevent the schools from doing anything. It basically, if a school was already in there, like a school itself, not just using a building on a one-off situation, and then the liquor store applied to be within that zone, then it would be prohibited. But it doesn't prohibit a school from coming in nearby. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yes.
Answer your question.
Okay.
Other trustee questions, comments? And are we going to hear from the public?
Public comment would be next.
Great. Open this hearing to comment. I have two people that were signed up on the clipboard. Debbie Olson and McKenna St. John.
Hi, I'm McKenna St. John, and I'm representing family and youth initiatives, as well as the youth in this community. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak on such an impactful issue within our community before the town council. I'm here to discuss the application for an additional retail liquor store on South Main Street in an area where kids and teens frequently play and recreate. Family and Youth Initiatives, the Prevention Division with Chaffey County Department of Human Services, and our youth councils on both ends of the county are committed to decreasing teen substance use. I'm the president of the 5th Quarter Teen Council at Buena Vista High School. We host many pro-social events throughout the school year and summer to give students a safe and controlled environment to hang out in. Recently, we hosted a Mount Princeton pool party where over 90 kids showed up. That was 90 kids that chose to come to our event other than go to a party or make dangerous choices. We are very proud of that number, and a lot of other events have the same outcome. I'm also one of the first paid youth advisors within the county, and my job is to help support the prevention of youth substance use and elevate youth voice. We have reason for concern about substance use in teens when we look at data from the 2019 Healthy Kids Colorado survey. These survey results were reported by Chaffey County teens in both Buena Vista and Salida. So favorable attitudes towards use is 30% higher than the rest of the nation. And early initiation of use, the use of substances before the age of 13, is 20% higher than the rest of the nation. And lastly, parental favorable attitudes towards use is 30% higher than the national average. Considering these results of this study, it is even more of a concern of ours to have a third liquor store in this community, especially considering the proposed location, which is in close proximity to a popular place where youth congregate. Having another liquor store where youth can easily see the goings on may normalize the perception of the use of alcohol. Its location is also concerning because it may make it easier for youth to illegally possess alcohol. I know of youth my age who get their older friends to purchase liquor for them. A liquor store this close to a youth hangout may increase the likelihood of youth alcohol consumption. It is our hope for the benefit of the youth in Buena Vista that this liquor license will not be granted. However, if it is, we would hope that it would be located in a different part of town away from where our youth gather. Please consider the lasting negative impact that the approval of this liquor license may have on youth substance use and our community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us, taking the time, and I appreciate your thoughtful proposal that you've put forth. But we do, as McKenna said, have some real concerns around teen substance use and how this could impact that. I wanted to just share a couple more pieces of prevention science that are sort of standard knowledge on this topic. But first of all, I want to give a nod to our teens that have come tonight, our two paid youth advisors, and Nevaeh and Cody from BVHS that have come to support. So thank you guys for coming. Due in part to the efforts, I work for FYI and I'm a prevention specialist. I teach in the schools and I work with youth councils.
Can we get your name for the record? Sorry, I don't think we got that on the record.
Sorry?
Name and address.
Debbie Olson.
Thanks. Sorry to jump in.
Okay, no, that's okay. It reminds me to speak up because I sometimes tend not to. Due in part to the efforts of the Chaffey County Youth Alliance, which is our community coalition of 75 community partners, working diligently over the past 6 years to decrease youth substance use, we are implementing evidence-based strategies that are proven to decrease the data points that McKenna mentioned around favorable attitudes, early initiation, and parental favorable attitudes. So that's some good news. It takes a community-wide effort over time to affect change, and change is needed continuously. It is now well known in prevention science that teen substance use versus adult use significantly increases chances of permanent damage to the brain and addiction. We cannot deny the impact that increased access with additional retail liquor outlets will put youth at greater risk. The overall alcohol density in 2020 in Colorado is 22 outlets per 10,000 people. Chaffey County has nearly double that. According to the report, according to this report that was created by the Alcohol Epidemiological Program at Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, along with excessive alcohol consumption, high alcohol outlet density is associated with higher rates of violence, injury, and alcohol-related motor vehicle crashes, as we well know. Again, it is well-known prevention science that limiting alcohol outlet density is a proven strategy for preventing excessive and teen alcohol use. Again, thank you for allowing us to provide important information so the town council can make an informed decision that takes into account the well-documented impact on our youth. Thank you again.
May I respond?
Yes, no.
Let's get through public comment.
Okay, are there more people who would like to speak? Wendy?
Do I say my name again?
Yes.
Wendy Hall, 16015 County Road 356. I wasn't intending to speak then or now, but here's now, so I'll speak. I have the utmost respect for our professionals that are here, and hats off to you as a team advisor and speaking like you did in a public setting. It's amazing. I would support this liquor license for a couple of different reasons. You know, I proudly tell everyone I don't even have a cell phone. I've never had a cell phone, and I hope I won't ever have to have a cell phone. I hope I die before that. But I think parental responsibility is what matters when it comes to drugs and alcohol. I don't go to Rally Liquor. It's not my kind of liquor store. When Debbie mentioned motor vehicle accidents and things like that, the location of this store will be, in my opinion, a more sophisticated clientele that will be staying in the area, the chateau, places like that, where they will pick up alcohol for their use, for their guests. I don't view this liquor store as the type of place that a teenager would be going into. It's not going to be a heavy Pepsi Blue Ribbon or Budweiser or whatever it is that people drink. And I'm not saying this to be funny, but coming from large cities, as I have, Dallas, Houston, and Denver, I have been astounded in Buena Vista how many hair salons and churches there are for this number. Well, for this number of people. And I don't think 3 liquor stores, particularly one that is located as it is, well situated, it does damage to this community. Again, I want to express my utmost respect for the professionals. I know Brian, I know Debbie. I'm not taking away from that. So this is an open discussion. So that's mine.
Thank you.
Input. Thank you.
I didn't intend to speak either. Michael Hannigan, 115 River End Court. I just want to talk about the applicants. When you have people who want to open a liquor store or marijuana store, you want people of integrity. And so I have the utmost faith that Mark and Kristen, what they say they're going to do with tips training for their employees. And they have, these are people of integrity. And I think that if the trustees ask them to comply with everything, they will. So I'm just speaking in favor of Mark and Kristen.
They have children. Yeah.
Other public comments? Please come forward. No? Okay, anybody else? No, could Mr. Krasno respond?
The board has the opportunity if you have further questions of either staff or applicant.
Questions? So I think that the trustees have no more questions. Can he respond?
That's your call.
Oh, okay, I'd like to
That would be a question if you wanted to.
please respond.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to say that my wife and I have 13-year-old twins. We are very aware of, growing teenagers and the potential for substance abuse. We've all had friends who have gone down, dark paths we've seen it and we're very aware of it. And we very much don't want, the community to think that this is a place where kids are getting alcohol. I can tell you with utmost certainty, liquor stores are the most difficult place for teenagers to get alcohol. Teenagers stealing alcohol from their parents, from their friends' parents. They may be asking other people to go in there and buy things for them, but that happens with guns and drugs and every other thing out there that teenagers are not allowed to possess. We are, very diligent in, we've been a part of this community for a long time. We've settled down here, we're planting roots, raising our kids, and we're committed to this community. So yeah, like Mike said, we do what we say, and we're committed to, running a reputable establishment and providing, a very high-end service. Again, this is not the, we are a very different store than the stores that you're visiting now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, it does appear we have one person on Zoom that
Okay,
for public comment.
Schultz, Andrea Schultz Ward.
Michael, can you help me there?
Yes, hi, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, excellent. So I appreciate the conversation around this, and I did have a question. As mentioned in the public comment that was provided by FYI, they already had shown the data that we have a high density of retail liquor stores. And so I would be interested to hear from, I guess, the trustees and or the applicant as to why they think this type of store is needed versus another store that wouldn't bring more access to alcohol when we are already dealing with very high risk factors for alcohol use.
So I can jump in for a second. So this is the time for public comment, and it's really not a time to ask the board questions. So I think basically the question that was asked is a question that the board's going to decide as part of its decision whether to grant the license or not based on the evidence provided at the hearing. So it really isn't appropriate for the board to be responding to questions from people making public comment, but your comment is basically framing the question that the board's going to have to decide tonight anyways. So they may have some discussion about it when they deliberate here.
Okay, thank you for that. I misunderstood. It said it was open for questions. Okay, so I apologize for that misunderstanding and look forward. I just would like to say that I also don't believe that we are in need of another retail liquor store in the county, considering our statistics in Chaffey County that were presented earlier, and that we have a full coalition that was created to help reduce the youth substance use. And a big part, one of the major risk factors is exactly what we're talking about today, is this favorable parental attitude that we have towards substance use. Thank you.
I'll make a very brief reply to that.
I think so. Yes, please.
So, Mayor, may I say one thing again? So just let me jump in. I'm sorry to keep jumping in here. Sorry to keep jumping in here. So it's easier to do a process where the applicant presents, public comment gets made, and then the applicant gets like a final response. Just want to make instead of having the applicant jump in back and forth every time. I think that may have been the last public comment anyways, but that's sort of a better process where applicant presents public comment, and then the applicant can respond to everything at once versus just sort of like constantly jumping in back and forth, just as some advice. So
Thank you, Jeff.
you're welcome.
I'd like to just make a quick reply to the comment on density. I don't believe we do have high density. The state of Colorado requires a 3,000-foot limit between liquor stores when the town population is less than 10,000. When the town population is greater than 10,000, that limit, that circle, that radius goes down to 1,500 feet. So the state of Colorado that's how they regulate, the density of these businesses. And the other thing, I mentioned this earlier, we're trying to be a different type of liquor store. We're trying to be a high-end fine wine shop and offer unique products and education that is currently not offered here. I honestly do not believe at all that our liquor store would be at all a threat to the youth in this community through normalizing behavior any more than a concert in South Main does that. I think so.
Looks like that's the end of public comment. Closed. Okay, so now the board will deliberate as to whether to approve this license application.
One thing that I guess I'd like to get some clarification on, if possible, given that Chief Morgan is not available tonight, is it's not reflected in his approval, which I also noticed had not been checked, but I kind of assumed from staff report that he did approve it. But it's not reflected in there what Sergeant Garcia shared as far as concerns about the park, activity in the park. And so I don't know if there's a way to get any kind of clarification on that from Sergeant Garcia, any elaboration about those concerns.
So Jeff, do we need to technically open this back up?
Oh, boy.
There's clarifying questions.
Trustees just piling up the works.
Yeah, no worries. I'm the one jumping in here causing issues, but it's a good question. So ultimately, typically what you do is you have the public hearing portion with the public comments, and then it's closed, and then trustees deliberate. If you want to ask more questions again, you'd have to reopen the public hearing and then ask the questions. So I try to discourage reopening it for more questions, but it's a deliberation process, but you can do that if you need to.
It's okay.
Okay, I guess I would like to just find out if there's more information there. Thank you, Libby. Whoa.
Okay, we are open for questions for the staff. You may ask the question of Sergeant Garcia.
Okay. Sergeant Garcia, did you hear my question, or shall I restate it?
Well, whenever you want to. Yeah, I think I understand. It's our concern about the proximity to the parks is basically the question.
Yes, and what are those? I mean, can you be more specific about what those concerns are?
I think just the potential access. Our concern isn't necessarily that an underage person might go into the liquor store and buy from them, but having the access to somebody that might do that for them. It's not uncommon for us to contact underage people in the dog park parking area across the street there that are drinking underage, and all the parks in that area. The skate park in particular is directly next door. So that's our biggest concern, is just the increased access it might present those that would be in that area to get alcohol versus having to go all the way out to the highway and potentially find somebody that would do that.
Okay, and to kind of repeat Trustee Swisher's question, do you see that adding a load to you, or it's concerned for the youth?
So it's possible. I wouldn't imagine it would be something that's an everyday thing. The skate park already can get pretty busy for us. It's a popular place for kids to hang out. And so it's not uncommon for us to go over there or have to deal with situations there. It's possible, but I couldn't say for sure it would cause us additional issues with kids drinking there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comments before I close?
How many other missteps by the new trustees?
Cindy, do you have a question?
I would say not a question, but deliberation.
So we move on to that again?
Go ahead and close again. There you go.
Close public comment. Cindy, please.
Since I have been on the board, I have never voted against a liquor license because when you get down to it, there's already a lot of crossed T's and dotted I's and everything has pretty much been met. I do think the location isn't quite as desirable because it is surrounded by all the things that were listed, the community center, the skate park. You know, it is a gathering place that involves a lot of youth. Listening to you explain their project, I think you're going about it a little different than the other liquor stores in town and having a higher quality, a teaching base, a tasting base. I don't think you're gonna have too many kids try to get in there. I comment on how many children might be limited by coming to the skate park and the dog park and the other stuff, having to wait until their parents to come because I know my mom wouldn't let me go play by a liquor store. Back to life. So I would have to wait till my parents could take me before I could enjoy the facilities. When we say the liquor stores in our neighborhood, it entails the whole town of Buena Vista. It says something about it could be near your neighborhood, so you could actually consider the JV liquor stores as part of our group of liquor stores. I think it has good points. I just wish it was a different location. But yeah.
Yes, I would hope that their business plan holds together, that, you know, that there are enough customers who want to go in and be educated and get a nice wine. Because basically I agree that children are not going to be, you know, spending that amount of money to, you know, to get a drink. They'd rather go get something at a cheaper liquor store. But over time, I hope your model holds up, that you can keep making enough money on good wine.
I mean, I guess to comment, and I appreciate all the comments that were said tonight. This does sound to be very different than everywhere else. And I can't imagine some kid asking another kid to go, or 21-year-old to go in and buy a bottle of Vouv because they're going to go drink it at the skate park. Like if it was PBR or something, like, I mean, I totally understand that, but because this is seeming to be a very different type shop, I think you can mitigate that and see what's really transcending there. And I'm also The idea of potential long-term housing on the top floor is also something that I think is unique. Whether it's for workers in town, things like that was also, I think, I don't know, a good thing to hear. But I understand the concerns, and yes, it is next to some of, where the youth is, but I don't foresee it being an actual issue because of the type of store it is, and along with some of the other things that were said with education as well. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, I've gone over the, kind of the criteria that's laid out here before us and gone over it 100 times. And I feel like knowing the applicants and it sounds like they're going to do proper training for their employees. And I believe the applicants will be responsible as far as taking care of their business and watching out for all the concerns that have been addressed here tonight.
Trustee Rowe, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think, echoing Trustee Jenkins that, everything that is laid out in the criteria, it follows and, knowing the reputation of the applicants, I don't see that as being an issue. It is close to the skate park and, kids will be able to get liquor if they want liquor. That's how it works. And I don't think they're going to be getting $80 bottles of wine. But, as we don't know exactly what's going to be there, it's an issue that every liquor store has to deal with here in town and in the country. So I think as long as the applicants are crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's and making sure, I think as long as, I think I could see that working out.
I'd like to have a work session sometime where the police department could tell us about what their enforcement procedures are and what the penalties are if a liquor store isn't complying with the laws.
I can give you a quick rundown on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, the police department does do some unannounced underage, enforcement buys where they basically see if somebody will sell alcohol improperly. That's one thing they do. It's not too often, but they do that. And then the penalties for violating selling to underage people or violating the liquor code provisions are that they could have their license suspended or revoked by you. And there's also criminal penalties in the municipal code for selling to underage people. So there's a number of enforcement options, including losing their license, having it suspended, or being criminally charged.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would anyone like to make a motion to approve or deny the application for the retail liquor store license for Buena Vida Spirits LLC?
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, but I just had a real quick question. I don't think we had any conditions or anything attached to this. I haven't heard anything going
I
around.
haven't heard any amendments.
So it's a pretty straightforward motion then, I guess. Okay, I was just double checking. So I will make a motion to approve the application for a retail liquor store license for the Buena Vida LLC.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Jenkins and McCretsy.
Before we vote, can I make a comment? Does it have to be built within a certain length of time so it doesn't prevent someone else in that 3,000 foot thing from doing something? Do we have to put a time limit on it?
So under the liquor code, they have 1 year to commence construction and 2 years to begin operations.
Thank you.
And basically everything, in order to get their license, they have to follow all the criteria that's lined out.
Correct.
So
it's still contingent on all of those factors.
Right.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cobb,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Rowe,
Yes.
trustee Swisher,
Yes.
trustee LaCretzi.
Yes.
Congratulations. There.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Very excited to continue down this path working with you. We know we have a long way to go, so we'll be keeping you up to speed as we progress. So thanks again.
Thank you. So now. Staff reports.
All right. How's everybody doing? Do we need a break or are we
A little break, yeah. Let's take
for break? All right.
5 minutes.
Biggest fan.
Big old basket. You know.
Okay, we are reconvening 9:13. And we're ready for the staff reports.
All right, thank you, everybody. My report is on page 62 of the packet, and I will just highlight a few things in my report. One upcoming meeting that I did not capture in the last report, another CML meeting, but this one's pretty unique. It's called their outreach meetings. They pick a location and they invite elected officials and staff from the surrounding region, surrounding area, and BV is hosting this one. I can't remember the last time we did that, but
Pre-COVID.
it was pre-COVID for sure. So a good opportunity to meet some CML staff, and they will come and share some of the things that are happening at a state level that impact municipalities. And obviously, since we are hosting, it'd be great to have you all there. I think Paula mentioned that several people have reached out to say that they would like to come. So, but yeah, I recognize that May and June are presenting several opportunities for training and meetings and things like that. So thank you all for attending what you can related to those things. I finally took a tip from Dean and put a picture in my report there. And that's Michael Hammond examining one of the new rugged iPads that would be a great fit for our police department, public works department. But we did have the opportunity last week to attend a conference with our IT partners that help us with a lot of our equipment and services in town. So a good time, good learning opportunity as well. Let's see, Garna, just to keep a tab on that. We've talked about the waste diversion, but it's been a little while. And so for people that are kind of back, either new or joining back on the board here, Garna has been partnering with the county and municipalities over the last year and a half to do an in-depth study of our landfill and the impacts of kind of the local activities. You know, we did have a change in our recycling services, and now that's handled through private providers now, as opposed to the drop site that we used to have. So they've been doing a lot of analysis at the landfill, and they're also looking at other opportunities and ideas for countywide action. So they will be attending our board meeting June 14th to talk to you all directly and provide some updates around that. Rodeo Grounds Master Plan. I think we had a fantastic work session last meeting to go over what I think is a very robust and thorough plan that we'll be able to utilize for a long time. We were planning to have that on this agenda, but as you see, we don't have it. So I wanted to mention NES, the consultants that are putting it together, are spending a little bit more time putting in some cost estimates for especially for the short-term recommendations, so that it's a little more action for us to take. We know potential costs around that. So that's a good reason to delay, but we hope possibly May 24th to have that back. We are looking forward to presenting to DOLA in Golden, Colorado on May 26th. Joseph, Chief Morgan and myself will be attending that, and look forward to presenting our police station grant application directly to the committee there. And the Arizona Trail and Bridge, our long standing project. We got it out. It's posted it's advertised for bidding. We did have a pre-bid meeting, and it was very lightly attended. Only 2 what I would consider subcontractors attended that, which is good that they're interested in that, but we are not overly optimistic that we're going to receive a full-blown bid by that deadline, which is mid-May. So just wanted to give you all a heads up that we're having trouble getting qualified contractors to bid that project, which is disappointing at this stage, but hopefully something comes in before that deadline, but we'll talk about next steps when we get there on that. And finally, just another project that's kind of popped up a few times over the last couple of years especially, but CDOT is still inquiring with us about a potential park and ride destination / Mustang site within town. And we had the opportunity to talk directly with them and understand there is money available through some state funding that they are eager to utilize here if they can. The trouble is that potential sites that make sense aren't currently owned by the town or the county. It's private property or other jurisdictions involved. So we like a potential site, but we don't have control over it yet. But there is a little bit of time in there. You can see that the funds that are available, the transit funds available, have to be expended by 2025. So we have a little bit of time here, and some other projects that we're currently working on might present an opportunity to gain control over that land. But I know transit's a topic that the board's cared about in the past and has talked about. And we think it would be great to have a transit location here. It's a challenging place to find that amount of land available. We really like the railroad corridor, but again, that's another jurisdiction that we don't really control. So we're continuing to talk with CDOT about that. And with that, I will pause and take any questions.
Can you tell why we're not getting any bids on the Arizona Street Bridge project?
From what?
They did change something about the RFP or?
From what we can tell, contractors are busy. They're extremely stressed by the cost fluctuations and straight up increases right now. And yeah, that's kind of all we can tell. And it's not the most optimal time to be going out for bid. The contractors are busy right now with current construction projects. So had this been out to bid earlier in the year, maybe, but that's what I can decipher so far. I don't know, Joel, if you have any other.
No, I think that is, yeah, it's just hard. It's kind of late in the season, we had a lot of delays. And so if you can get it out in like January, February, when the contractors are setting up their summer, then it's a little bit better, a little bit easier. So, but the timing of when CDOT approvals came through, it just lined up for now. So hopefully we can get it all. Get something.
I just from our police station project, it seems that larger general contractors are very reluctant to commit to a bid price. We're working with a CMGC on our police station, which means a pre-construction general contractor that gives them a little more flexibility on providing pricing with us. But in terms of somebody coming in and providing a fixed or guaranteed bid on close to $1 million project, contractors seem very reluctant right now because of the price fluctuations.
Philip, are we under, I'm sorry.
I was just thinking, we can't go for a cost plus contract on those. Is that just it's too hazardous for us?
It is. And again, this Arizona Bridge project is bound by federal funding requirements, which is a whole other level of, it's much different than any other project we're working on right now. So they have to commit to a certain price point. Yeah.
Is there a time constraint by when we have to spend those funds?
Yes. This has been extended a few times over the course of 12 years. And
Never-ending project.
CDOT has emphasized that I think essentially we extended the IGA until summer of 2023, I believe. So we would like for it to conclude then or do something different.
I won't be able to attend the emergency response training because that's when I work.
Okay,
So
okay.
we can figure out another time. Have you heard about, this is kind of related to transportation stuff, but I've heard something about the Chaffey County or the Chaffey shuttle doing some kind of consistent trip. Have you heard about that at all?
I have heard them talking a little bit about that. Joseph, do you know?
I don't know if I haven't heard any, any information about that, if it's been going or.
My understanding is they are currently starting to pilot a regular route between VIII and Salida. I think right now they're offering 2 days a week that are pretty suboptimal hours for the workforce.
Right.
They're more based around their existing demands related to the hospital and folks that might not be able to drive wanting to go to Salida.
Right.
They are seeking input and wanting to pilot a 5-day-a-week more workforce-oriented schedule that would seek to, bring folks that want to work between the two towns. But right now it is pretty limited. So something they're exploring, but they haven't been able to pull the trigger yet.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I was curious about that.
Michelle, Town Treasurer, do you have a report for us?
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. My report is there on page 66, it looks like. And right there are the links to the transparency website and to the 2022 budget. Actually, if you access the packet, it is a hyperlink. It'll take you straight there. So that's an easy way to access those documents. I have the payroll and the expenses and the check run listed there, as well as the checks expenditures over $2,000. If you have any questions on those, I will be happy to field those questions.
A newbie question, Michelle. Stormwater Enterprise Fund zeroed out. Did we used to have money in that or?
Oh, yeah, they just didn't spend anything
Oh, okay.
this last week.
So that's
Yeah.
an expense. I see.
Yes.
Never mind.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I guess a little map of what that all is about. If you take the check run, which is in the first row, and the ACH withdrawals, which is in the second row, and you add those two numbers together, you'll come up with that bottom number. So it's just about what money went out of those funds in the last 2 weeks.
Thank you.
I also wanted to let you know that the next meeting, I will be presenting the first quarter 2022 financial status report. And I am in the middle of the last week of field work for my audit. And he's running my
Ragged.
He is running me ragged, yes. And so, but he's telling me to let you know that everything's looking good. So
That's the first year for these auditors.
that is the first year for this auditor, yes. But he's real easy to work with and I'm just really pleased. And he says it's all coming together really well, so.
Good.
Good.
Thank you. Okay. Is Sergeant Garcia doing the chief's report?
I believe he is.
All right. Sergeant
Yeah.
Garcia.
Good evening. So just a quick rundown of what Chief Morgan left. On May 4th, we hosted a planning session for our large scale exercise set for July 20th. Our meeting was held at the airport and we wanted to thank the airport staff for letting us use their space and helping us out with that. It was very well attended. We had representatives from the Office of Emergency Management, Department of Corrections, the Sheriff's Office, Salida PD, State Patrol, Chaffey Fire, Chaffey EMS, the School District, Heart of the Rockies Regional Medical Center, and REACH, as well as Sol Vista. We're looking forward to that exercise. It's going to give us an opportunity to cross-train with all of those agencies and give our officers a good, some good exposure to a larger scale event. Hopefully we'll never have to use that. On April 27th, we got to have some fun with the kids for Bike to School Day. The Optimist Club, excuse me, had a pancake breakfast, and the school district and the rec department did a really good job of organizing that. And we were able to escort all the kids on their bikes to school that day. One of our more fun events. On May 2nd, Investigator Lee was able to teach a blood spatter analysis course to Mrs. Nagel's forensics class at the high school. We really want to thank Skanga Meat for providing the pig's blood for us to be able to put that class on.
Sounds like a fun one.
Yeah. In our most recent team meeting last month on the 20th, we were able to cover training topics, including our use of force policy. And we also had an opportunity to meet Tom McConaughey with the Area Agency on Aging. He introduced us to some of the services that they provide to our elderly community. And we also got to meet our new co-responder with Sol Vista, Sarah Briggs. And we got to discuss some of the services they provide and help that they can give us for mental health issues. And then lastly, last week on the 5th, Chief Morgan was able to be pepper sprayed along with Code Enforcement Officer Bryans. That is part of the training process to get certified to carry pepper spray. We're lucky enough to have Officer Mitchell, who is certified as a specially impacted chemical munitions instructor. And he was just happy he was getting paid to pepper spray his boss that day. So that's all we had.
Thank you for your great reports. Okay. Fire Chief Bertram.
All right, good evening, everybody. It's nice to actually be here in person.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, this is fire chief, it's nice meeting you. It's weird looking back. A year ago is when we signed the agreement, the IGA between us and the town. That was on May 10th. The town did it. May 11th, we called a special meeting for our fire district to be able to enter in this agreement. One of the things with that, coincidentally, my wife always reminds me of it, because instead of our anniversary celebrating it, we called a special meeting and did this. But here's not to looking back, and it's been great going forward for everybody involved, and we're happy with the progress we've made with you guys. Kind of going through some of the stuff. Our inspectors have been busy. We always report on what our inspectors do around here. They've actually gone just with their testing for certifications. Michelle has passed her inspector 2 certification, which is a great accomplishment. For a long time, we never had anybody higher than inspector 1 in the county. And Kira has passed her inspector 1 and working on her inspector 2 certification here very quickly. So that'll allow us to do more alarm inspections. We've been working closely with the DFPC, Division of Fire Prevention Control, on suppression inspections and everything. But as the town's growing, everything in the community, we're getting more complex buildings, stuff we haven't seen in many years. So getting these certifications and up to date has been great, and happy with the progress they're making. Training is always a big thing that we do. Last Saturday, we concluded our Firefighter 1 Academy. So we had 4 firefighters complete the testing. They actually did the written test tonight. So excited to get them on board and keep moving forward with that. April, May is kind of our big focus on wildland. It's a big thing for us. This is the time of year we do all of our recertifications, our classes, our pack test. In fact, tomorrow we do our pack test, which is a 3-mile hike with a 45-pound pack in 45 minutes. And all of our firefighters who are red carded certified to do it have to do that annually. So we're starting all that off. I'm sure how forward I'm looking forward to that tomorrow, but we'll see. Another thing we do every year is we send firefighters to different conferences. One is a big conference in Indianapolis.
They have what's called Fire Department Training Network. It's a 3-day intensive firefighting stuff, some of the hottest conditions, most horrible conditions you can think of being in. And we go in there for fun and do that for 3 days. This year, I was fortunate enough to take one of our resident firefighters with us. We did 3 days of that. And then we attended FDIC, which is Fire Department Instructors Conference in Indianapolis. It basically takes over the city of Indianapolis. Over 35,000 firefighters attend this. They have some of the best instructors in the country. I mean, people from all around the world show up, as well as just the vendors seeing the newest technologies, drones out there, everything from that to Los Angeles' brand new fully electric fire engine.
Wow.
So they have that out there. So it's amazing the technology, and it's great to be able to see all that. Some of the stuff we probably won't be able to buy for a little while, but at least we can dream about it as we go. Our board came together. We did we were working on a strategic plan over the last several months. We're finishing up our draft, but some of our big priorities is volunteer programs. One of the things nationwide, volunteerism is down, no matter what type of organization you're in. And as we know, businesses have a hard time paying people to come and do work. And now we're trying to get more and more people to come out and volunteer to do it for free. So we're working on different programs with that. That's one of our big priorities, is maybe revamping some of our ways that people can volunteer with our organization before we get behind anything. And hopefully we don't fall to the trend of the nation, but it's just the way it's looking. And then as far as our staff, we're gonna be doing a salary survey for our staff. That's more first priorities of the strategic plan. We are currently in the application process for some new positions. I think we mentioned that last time. We've got a facilities and equipment maintenance person who's also gonna be a firefighter, keeping up with all of our apparatus. We have over 50 wheeled apparatus, 6 stations, so that's a lot of work for one person to do. So we're gonna bring on another person for that, as well as a wildland mitigation coordinator. That's one thing we're excited about. This person will be taking on a lot of our programs we currently have in effect, our Chafee Chips program, our mitigation trailer program, our fire patrol program, and taking all those programs, running it, as well as being a lot more active in the community, talking to more homeowners groups, and really just promoting more and more mitigation work to be done in the county. We work strongly with Envision to get some of our funding for these. In fact, they just found out today that they're going to fund this position for 3 years. So that's a big boost for us. So we can reallocate that money for a couple of years while it's being funded. We have committed to maintaining this position off into the future, with possibly plans on getting another mitigation person in there, because covering 1,000 square miles of the county, there's a lot of opportunities, lots of subdivisions out there. And we know fires are just getting worse out there. I mean, everybody's, thinks of the Marshall Fire. I know there was a question brought up earlier this year, about things we're doing to prep for those type of fires. You guys notice all the winds we've had in the last several weeks. We are in fire restrictions very early. So BLM, Forest Service, Chafee County, and the town is all in stage 1 fire restrictions. And we've got red flag days all this week. So trying to use these positions to help prevent those fires happen. Part of what we're exploring is getting some more wildland fire only volunteers, having a bigger pool of resources. We do have that fire that we can pull in. Also, one of the things that we're excited about too is we hopefully in the next 2 weeks will be going to Salt Lake City to pick up a brand new brush truck to add to our fleet to be able to help us out on these fires. So lots of stuff, coming down the road. It is kind of it's an interesting time to be in. If anybody paid any attention to the legislative session that happened, it's wrapping up. There was a lot of stuff around wildland mitigation, wildfire prevention, all of that put in there. Some of that helps us locally having more resources available. Just so you guys know, what the state has in play is if we have a major fire, I can call an airplane, helicopter, engines, basically anything that we need to help fight that fire. And the state of Colorado has the funds to be able to pay for us. 5 years ago, we could have a single engine air tanker, small airplane drop 1 load of slurry, and that was it. Or we can have a helicopter for 2 hours or request a hand crew for 2 days. Now we have the opportunity to call everything they've got. They've switched to a closest forces concept this year, which means it doesn't matter if it's a state contracted air resource or a federal resource, we can call those in. 2 weeks ago, we had the Cache Creek fire up above Granite. We were able to use this process. We got there, determined it's in Chafee County. I immediately requested a Type 1 helicopter from King and City, and that started coming up there. So it was great. We're able to activate that process, make sure it works. We ended up getting fairly lucky on that. We hiked up, we found it checked up into some snowbanks, didn't necessarily need the helicopter, but we did have it on the way, made it to the Buena Vista Airport and staged and turned around. But we do have those resources available for us, that we don't have to worry about the cost to the fire district, the county, the town. We've got all those resources available. And that's been stemming over the years. And wildfire has been prevalent over the last several years in Colorado. You know, I can remember growing up in Colorado, early 2000s, we had 1 or 2 fires. Hayman hit was kind of the big one. And then we had a gap, but now it's constant. And that's just the part of what we're living in. So we're doing everything we can to try to prep for that as we move forward. So we talked about the programs, you know, with the fire restrictions. We're going to be starting up our fire patrols, getting out there. In fact, last weekend, we came across 3 separate campfires just up on the Midland on County Road 304. Forest Service can put up signs, just people have to look at them and understand them, unfortunately. So we're going to be busy with that. Another big thing, last week, we had a board of directors election. It's the first time in, I don't know how many years that our districts had to have a board election. We had one person ran in uncontested for a 1-year term. We had 3 people run for a 3-year term. Our terms are, the 1 and 3 year may seem kind of weird. Legislator went through a few years back and decided that special districts should have their elections on odd years instead of even years. So we had to account for switching to odd years here in the future. So we did have 3 people run for our 3-year terms. One of our board members been with us for a while, Scott Leonard, was outvoted. So he's left the board. He's been a great board member for us, but we welcome Tom Navarrete staying on the board. He was part of the steering committee. Actually, Scott and Tom were both part of the original steering committee for this IGA. And then Kurt Miller is going to be our newest board member, and they'll be taking place in January. So we're excited to see where we go in the future with this board. Keep working forward. As far as surrounding stuff, our Station 4, we've been talking about it. This has actually been probably 6 years in the making. We're excited that hopefully in January or July, we'll finish this station up and be able to fill it with the resident firefighters. You know, when I hear you guys talking about RFPs and remodels, I'm glad that we're almost done with the process. It has been, it's been a nightmare, unfortunately, but we're excited to get that done. We're gonna have a big celebration on the 3rd of July down there for an open house for our fire station down there. Other projects we've been working on, Chubb Park Camping Management Group. Chubb Park is state lands, which is the responsibility of us as a fire department. So we've been working closely with them on the designated dispersed camping spots, what they're doing with campfire rings, really trying to make the interpretation of how those are going to apply towards fire restrictions. With these metal rings, BLM's going to be doing the same thing. So we're trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We enforce it properly. Chafee Fire, one of our big things going to be doing with Chubb Park is they're going to have signage about fire restrictions. So we're going to be responsible for changing the signage up there, patrols in that area as well. Take care of that. So where that's going. And then we're going through the interview process for resident firefighters. It's going to be filling our station when we get that completed in Poncha. We've also been busy. You guys have probably seen some of the fires we've had. Just in the last month, we've had 4 wildland fires and 1 structure fire. Structure fire was down in Maysville. A garage fire was a great catch, didn't spread in the house. Overall, our calls year to date, we've got a 61% increase over that. And that's not just including the call volume from the town. We're just generally busy. Fires, traffic accidents. We've had some pretty bad traffic accidents the last couple of weeks. We're just overall busy, but we're happy we've been able to take care of these incidents. When we had the Cache Creek fire up in Granite, we actually had 4 trucks working a fire in the south end of the county down by Poncha Springs, and we ended up bringing 6 additional apparatus from our department up to the Cache Creek fire with Leadville fire, and we all joined in together. So it's great we were able to have all those resources together. But yeah, that's kind of everything in a nutshell. So you guys have any questions?
Yeah, Chief, just a couple of things. I just want to compliment Michelle. She recently did an inspection of our home for an STR, and very professional and very knowledgeable, and pointed out a lot of things for us, you know, for the safety of our home. But I just appreciate her effort. And then also I was curious, you know, on the fire patrols, if you run into illegal campfires, Is there any sort of penalty for that, or is there a warning system, or how does that work?
So unfortunately, a lot of stuff, usually when we come up to the, we first try to educate people. If they're actually out there attending the fire, we just try to educate them after voluntary compliance, help them put out the fires. A lot of people, you would think by now people know to check, they don't. We ask for voluntary compliance. If we have any issues with that, then we get law enforcement involved. And so depending on where it is, it's also tough when we've got public lands. They've got different law enforcement that takes care of it. County's pretty straightforward. If somebody's violating a stage 1 restriction in the county, we bring the sheriff's department out there and it's $700 and something ticket for burning illegally. So we try to do that where the problems that we do have and where these patrols are gonna be picking up on like Sunday afternoon or Sunday mid-morning is when people leave, they don't put the fires out. First of all, they're burning illegally and then they don't put it out. And usually there's no recourse to be able to find these people. So we do what we can just to try to prevent that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy 1-year anniversary.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow.
That's right.
Otherwise, I'd really be in trouble.
Yeah.
So we have Jack Wiles.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, trustees, staff. My report can be found on page 75, 76. Not a whole lot to report. We have the new employee, Gavin. He's retired Air Force. He's working out really well. He's been doing a lot of training, getting ready for the summer season. He does have to take June off for family business, but then he'll be back for for the peak season. Especially when it comes to helicopter testing, which is still scheduled in July. We're looking at the Augusta, Philadelphia crew coming in the end of July. The Leonardo group out of the UK has pushed their dates a little bit. They're looking now at the end of August till the end of September timeframe, but both teams are still scheduled to come. So the project for the airport that we're doing for 2022, 2023 is moving along. Design phase for 22 had to be modified a bit because we have to meet some FAA regulations in our tie down areas. But it's a good thing. We're going to get that all sorted out and it'll alleviate future projects and future problems. So we'll get a little bit of that. It might have to tap into our BIL funding. I've mentioned that a few times. This is a funding that came out and it started in 2022 and it'll run to 2026. We can, use it yearly or save it up. So we'll probably tap into that to help stretch out this project that we're going to be doing. Operation wise, not looking good numbers. I mean, the wind is really wreaking havoc with our operations this time of year. Normally we're starting to really pick up, but as you can see, our numbers are down. And hopefully the winds will die down. I don't believe at this point, especially with jet activities, you can see our fuel is above than what we were. So when it comes to prices of fuel, it's not really affecting that. It's just we're having some pretty big winds here lately. If you go over to the next page, you can see we broke down what you see in this table into a couple different graphs. So I made a typo here. That should say April, not March, but the data in the graph is April data. So you can see here we got some first one. It's got air traffic, air ops and personnel. Second one has military ops. And then the bottom one, you can see the fuel. So we're not, really doing too bad, but our operations are down. We're hoping, with everything calms down, May will be a banner month. That's my report. If you have any questions.
Questions? Jack? Thank you, Jack.
Have a great evening, folks.
Right. Okay, we are ready for the pickleball course. Is this Alex directly or someone introducing it? Shane?
Yeah, I was planning to introduce it. So basically, we've been working on this pickleball project for a long time, and it seems like we are finally very, very close. So the request for the board tonight is to consider the agreement with Sport Court of the Rockies for construction services of a 6-court pickleball facility. And then kind of saying the same thing here, but appropriation of funds / a budget adjustment of $19,106 from the town's cash reserves out of the excess sales tax or sales tax over budget in 2021. So yeah, basically since I've moved here, the Peak to Peak Pickleball Club has been pushing for their own dedicated facility. They started out, they were playing on the basketball courts. They pushed and helped us strike the tennis courts to where there's pickleball courts available there as well. But they've continually pushed for their own facility to be able to serve more participants, alleviate crowding and schedule conflicts, and to be able to offer more revenue generating programs like clinics or tournaments. You say Alex can speak to this in a minute, but as a whole, the Peak to Peak Pickleball Club in Chaffey County community has raised over $200,000 in grants. I had a typo there too, in grants and donations to support the project. So we put out an RFP on March 16th and had 2 bids come in. We scored it. Both companies were extremely qualified, had done tons of similar projects in the past, but it all came down to price. Almost in 80 to 100,000, somewhere. A very large difference in cost. Right there at the bottom, 258,000 to 345,000. So the proposal that's the services they're going to Sport Court of the Rockies will provide for the total cost there. In addition to that, there is some additional costs that are outside the scope of what Sport Court of the Rockies will provide. An electrical spline connection, moving of a guy wire, and then the reconstruction of the trailhead. The footprint of the pickleball courts ended up being large enough to where it did affect the trailhead that was there. And it's actually already been rerouted around. Basically, they just moved it around the other side of a tree. And then the trailhead is still intact. The impact to the budget would be the $38,500 that would come from budgeted funds as approved by the trustees on April 12th. And then the additional $19,106 would come from the general fund utilizing 2020 revenues in excess of budget. Philip, and then, so yes, this is the BOT action we are requesting. Philip, if you would scroll the next page real quick. You bet. Here is the project budget, which can kind of provide a summary of the entire project. So work that was completed at the start of this year was valued at $47,000 for the site prep, the clearing of the boulders and the fine grading. There's still a little bit more of that needs to be done, but that is included in the current scope of the project. So then the 7 services from Sport Court of the Rockies. This will be a 6 dedicated court facilities. Will have its own fence around it, and then we'll also have a lit facility, so able to play past dark. Windscreens on the fences, and all the typical construction costs. And then down here, the funding sources is really where I wanted to point out all the work that Peak to Peak has done for this project. A total of $96,000 in fundraising, or sorry, $94,000 in fundraising. and donations, some budgeted funds from the club and the county, and then 6 grants that Peak to Peak applied for and was awarded. $45,000 from the Daniels Fund, $25,000 from the Next 50 Foundation, $10,000 from El Pomar, $11,000 from Chafee Women Who Care, $1,000 from Monarch Community Outreach, and $5,000 from Climax Freeport McMoran. So all of that will get us to the total project cost of $73,000 or $273,754.
Good job. Any questions about the pickleball proposal? We have two things to vote on here. One is approving the contract, right?
Yeah, that's tied to resolution number 40.
Which is the page below the budget, sorry.
Yeah, so the Board of Trustee action. So I would entertain a motion to approve with amendments or deny resolution number 40, approving an agreement with Sport Court of the Rockies to construct the River Park pickleball courts.
I make a motion to so approve resolution number 40, 2022.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Cobb, Rowe. Do we need a roll call vote on that?
Not technically on that. You would on the next item.
Okay.
Further discussion, I was gonna say.
Oh, yes. Is there further discussion?
Oh, I just think it's a good milestone, you know, considering 5 years ago, all these people who showed up here playing this sport called pickleball, wanting to play on the tennis courts, and it got a little heated. It's it's really exciting to see how much it's grown and how much people have really invested in it and to help get this going. It's crazy how much they've raised to help.
It seemed like an insurmountable challenge.
Yeah.
I might add too, we're resurfacing pickleball or part of the tennis courts as part of this project.
Oh,
awesome.
There will be a new coating on the existing tennis courts for tennis players.
Awesome.
That's great.
Yes, that is included in the 258,000 to Sport Court of the Rockies.
Cool.
Great.
I guess I would just also add just how impressive it is that you've raised so much funding and really worked hard to get grant funding. That takes a lot of work and very impressive.
Bill, Jen Nicholson and Leonard Davis.
All right.
Those were the war horses.
Okay.
I would just add that when we talk a lot about having a project or a community champion for an idea, this is exactly the example of what that looks like.
Yeah, it is. Very impressive.
It wouldn't be doable without the support of the town and the county either. Everybody working together.
Good. I'm glad we can just about get it done here. So now the last thing is we have to approve a motion.
Take the vote, yeah.
Vote, yeah.
Vote on resolution 40.
To appropriate $19,106.
No?
No?
You're at further discussion, so you got a motion and a second out there. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we have a motion to appropriate $19,106 from the general fund to begin work in 2022. And that one's a roll call vote.
Trustee Swisher.
We need a second, we need a motion and a second.
We need a motion and a second for that one.
I'll make a motion to appropriate $19,106 from the general fund to begin work in 2022.
Second.
Rowe, Lucrezi. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Swisher.
Yes.
Trustee Cobb.
Yes.
Trustee Lucrezi.
Yes.
Trustee Rowe.
Yes.
And Trustee Chafee.
Yes.
Well, thank you. It's gonna be great.
Thank you.
So now we will get an update on the Carbonate Street development. Must be Joseph.
That's me. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I will do my best to keep this brief. Long meeting and we're not done yet. So I'm here before you to provide a brief update on the public input campaign so far for the Carbonate Street development, as well as ask for your direction on two concepts, I guess I'd say, that will help provide staff direction as we help create the second iteration of this concept plan. So my staff report is on 119 of your packets up on the screen. I don't want to go through this line by line, so I'll allow you to ask questions towards the end, but I wanted to focus on a couple of key takeaways. One thing I'll say is that the community input campaign so far has been incredibly valuable. It both reinforced some inklings that we might have had when we started, but it also elevated new priorities that I did not anticipate at all when we started. So I think it's been very valuable, and we're only what I would call halfway through. By design, we are right now about to create a second iteration or a second draft of the conceptual site plan, and then go back and redo some of these public meetings that we've done to gain more feedback, more ideas, before finally bringing a third draft conceptual site plan before you in the Planning and Zoning Commission. And our goal is to do that sketch planning session on June 28th. So we're sort of following the process that we outlined for you previously. Scrolling down to the next page, two of the key takeaways that are kind of informing the two pieces that I want direction from you on. The first is, which stating the obvious, housing is the priority. You all set that direction very clearly for this development. But the reason I bring that up as a key takeaway is that in light of the other goals that you all had set for this development, I think we have some hard trade-offs to make. As you all know, and as we've discussed so far, there's three primary goals that were outlined for this project. One was housing, 65 units, both rental and for sale. The second was childcare space, and the third was economic development space, commercial space. As I excerpted from the online survey here, where community was asked to rank what was most important to them, 1 being the most important, down to 4 being the least important. You can see that rental housing came up to the top. It was the highest ranked thing for community in this development, followed by childcare, followed by for sale housing, and then followed lastly by a relatively wide margin, economic development space. So I'll allow that to be the primary takeaway that's the first item that I want direction on, which we'll get to in a moment. The second key takeaway is around what type of for sale housing we are hearing the community wants. And this graph really exemplifies that. The online survey asked respondents, what type of for sale housing do you think is most needed in this community? The green on the left is single family detached homes. The orange are townhomes. And then we move over to the right into other types of housing, accessory dwelling units, condominium units, live work units, etc. You can see pretty clearly that the feedback on the survey, as well as the anecdotal feedback during our public meetings, was for townhomes. And I think this reflects a very basic understanding that everyone has, that the more you share infrastructure like walls and foundations, the cheaper you're going to be able to build a unit. So I think folks are really latching onto this idea that they want better affordability. In order to do that, we want townhomes. So that was a pretty clear voice that's demonstrated in this online survey table. As I mentioned, I already kind of outlined the next steps in the process. So we can kind of keep going from that. I will ask for direction on two specific things. Number one, at the very, right there at the very bottom of that page, based on this feedback, both anecdotally through the feedback, through the public meetings, as well as an online survey, we feel like it's the appropriate time to act on this priority that we've heard, which is that while folks would love to have economic development commercial space, it doesn't seem folks are willing to prioritize that if it is at the expense of affordability in the housing. And in this particular project, at least the model that we've been pursuing so far, does have a direct correlation. If we are working on subsidizing commercial space, that will lead to higher housing costs. So staff would like direction and or your blessing to take out the economic development commercial space from the concept moving forward. We will take your direction if you would prefer to do something else, obviously. So I'll stop there and we can discuss that and then we can move on and have a brief presentation to set up the second piece.
Comments on that?
I'd be game to remove the economic development space in lieu of opening it up for potential more units or something else. I don't see the need of having to have it there necessarily, especially if it either create more space for childcare or more apartment units or whatever housing units. I think it's a much larger priority. So I'm in favor of that.
Great.
So with taking that, that out of there, Joseph, will that increase how many units we can have then as far as townhomes? Is that what that happens to?
So the correlation, the impact of this will be one explored as we create the second concept plan, but the square footage of a commercial space would most directly affect the square footage of rental units, because this would all take place in that northern parcel, which is a mixed use parcel. So the idea at the moment would be if they're getting rid of about 4,000 square feet of commercial space, we would want that square footage to go towards housing. We also heard from community through all the input that folks would really like to see a few larger sized units, not just studio and one bedrooms, which are the current concept. So it might not be that we get more than 50 rental units, which is what we've currently been showing, but maybe we're able to incorporate a few 2 or maybe a few 3-bedroom units to respond to some of that feedback.
Yeah, I support taking that out.
Yeah, I do too.
I do too. I guess I just am trying to guess at who would be disappointed by that in our community that we haven't heard from.
Yeah, so we did hold we've been engaging the Economic Development Corporation quite consistently even from about this time last year when the Community Foundation did some community engagement on this concept. And as we transition this onto a staff-led initiative, we convened a focus group of entrepreneurs, co-working operators, makers, space enthusiasts, and others with the Economic Development Corporation, as well as the Small Business Development Center. I think that meeting was March 29th, actually, the day that we had our trustee meeting. And even in that meeting, while there was very clear desire for increased co-working space, potentially for maker space, there was also in the same breath from folks a recognition that if that came at the expense of housing, that it probably wasn't the most appropriate expression of government subsidy, because there were also in those same conversations opportunities for the private market to meet some of those needs. There are plans in the works for expanded co-working space, for example, in town. There are folks working diligently to try to see maker space created. And I think there's other ways that you all and us as a town can support that work. So I wouldn't want to speak for those folks in the moment right now, but I will say that they've been engaged and that they have recognized the trade-offs.
Okay, great. Then I completely support what you're proposing here.
Cindy, do you want to add anything?
Attended that meeting and very much in favor of not pursuing the economic part of it. And I was a little surprised that the majority of it was studio apartments and one apartments. So I am very glad to see that they are making space for some 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom suites because families don't fit in studio apartments.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
So the second piece that I would like direction on, Philip, I don't know if you have a PowerPoint up. It's in the shared folder.
I got it.
Do you mind if I take the keyboard?
Oh, please do. Please do.
So this concept as it loads is one that is really aided by some graphics, which is why I just threw together a quick slideshow. We're not going to spend a crazy amount of time on here, but I wanted to help walk you through what we walked through, both as staff with VIII West, with South Main, with other stakeholders, to reach the graphic that was in your packet and kind of provide some context for this question. Locked is read.
I think you have it.
Oh, do I have it open?
Yep.
Can we put that?
Yeah.
All right.
Do whatever we want.
All right. So obviously we have here and hopefully the folks on that side can follow. The highlighted parcels are the parcels you're familiar with. I just wanted to real briefly provide context that these have been our focus. And when we've looked at the project site, we've been zoomed in. And yet, as we start to zoom out, we need to recognize how this site is placed within the larger context. So I just highlighted really briefly the major vehicular roads that are used both into South Main and around South Main and Arizona Street coming down here, as well as the trails, both the bike lane along Arizona, but also then the Arizona Street trail. I was about to say bridge.
Once upon a time.
As well as the trail that goes over here near Ramsar Road and then up into South Main. As a couple of the things that we as staff in VIII West and South Main and other stakeholders started to think about in light of this development. So you all are familiar, this is the conceptual site plan as it stands now. Mixed use, childcare, economic development space, rental apartments on the north side, 15 single family homes, a couple of which are duplexes, and 3 ADUs, so a total of 18 housing units on the southern side. Obviously, we're zoomed in here. Collegiate Commons is here. The South Main border, so to speak, cuts this and creates this triangle kind of awkwardly with some single family homes and vacant land around as well. This is the current regulating plan of South Main. So it looks like a lot of colors, but we're going to focus here on the west side and really the southwest side. This area here is what's adjacent to our triangle on Carbonate Street in South Main. So as we started thinking about that awkward triangle in South Main, we put them next to each other and started asking, well, what could make a little bit more sense than what we're looking at right now? As you can see, there's some green space, which is supposed to signify open space. There's a couple of alleys. There's an alley here. There's dead end alley here. There's sort of maybe an alley connection that we could have here, some parking, some lots. None of this is currently platted in South Main. It's all part of their future phases. In addition, there's a big Sangre de Cristo electric line, transmission line, has 2 3-phase power cable units. Not an electrician, but it's a major transmission line that runs through here.
Is it underground or?
It's overhead.
It's overhead.
No.
And so I bring this up because as South Main develops, they cannot develop the lot configuration that their regulating plan is showing because of this overhead power line. Even if they leave it overhead, you cannot develop lots right here because of the size of those transmission lines. And they're in talks with Sangre de Cristo about what it would take to bury that line, which might be really beneficial. But in that case, you need a 50-foot wide easement in order to have maintenance on that. So no matter what happens, this needs to change, which brings all of us an opportunity, both the town and South Main, to look at this area more holistically and really sketch it out together. So myself, Scott Simmons, who you've met with VIII West, and JJ Kinsfather with South Main, all sat down around the desk with some sketch paper and some big renderings of this stitch. And we started just drawing, what could this look like? Where could we go? Sky's the limit. What's important to them? What's important to us? What would make sense from a neighborhood and planning perspective? So we started thinking about everything from connectivity and trails to that power line to easements, to open space, drainage. And we started moving towards a concept that may reorient lots within South Main, keeping the same number they had before, allowing for that transmission line to be dealt with, whether they underground it or not, by creating an alley and maybe a really important trail connection down to the Arizona Trail, while also allowing far more buildable lots for the Carbonate Street project over here in the form of townhomes. So that resulted in the graphic that you saw in your packets. This sort of starts to blend together South Main's territory and town's territory. The red line kind of represents the current border, so to speak, between the two. So what I'm really seeking direction on from you all is general openness to this concept. This one shows 29 townhome units as opposed to the 18 units that we talked about before. Obviously, it shows a little pocket park here, parking. It creates a couple of different streets or rights of way, but it more fundamentally would require a variety of processes and collaborations with South Main to conduct some land swaps, to make some changes to their PUD, all of which they may be in the process of coming forward with anyway for other reasons. So there's some work to do. And I don't want to assume that this concept has your conceptual support and then enter into some of that work. So that's kind of what I'm seeking your direction on is this a direction you might like to go? And are you willing to jump into some of that collaborative work? Or should we explore other options? So that's the end of the presentation.
So does South Main end up with all those that have the single digits, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, this is a concept of how the 11 lots that are shown in the current regulating plan could be laid out in a different manner. Again, that electrical easement is conceptualized as this alley / trail area.
Joseph, we did collaborate with South Main. Would there be any design standards that, that everything would have to blend between those two? Would there be a problem there?
We've talked about that, and I think the Fading West is absolutely open to and able to think about some of their quote unquote skin treatments on their units. All that said, we probably would not be open to adopting all of South Main design standards, primarily for affordability reasons.
Right.
But South Main is, in JJ's words, much more excited about an idea like this because it represents a concept that would more uniformly connect non-South Main with South Main, because they are a much more dense development. I know it's open space right now over here, but if you can imagine the density that they're building extending all the way over and then being met with townhomes, it's a pretty uniform transition.
Yeah, I like it a lot, actually. I like the little park and I like the townhomes much better than the single family or even duplexes. Seems like a better use of our land.
And
yeah. So yeah, a little public comment there, but yeah, I do want to acknowledge that staff is aware that in the current regulating plan, there's a combination of off-street public parking and a pretty obscure but still open space that was part of the original approval and was required per code. So those things need to be considered in the context of the larger PUD. And as Joseph kind of alluded to, we're in discussions with them about amending the PUD overall. So I think those components need to be considered and in the context of the bigger picture. But yeah, I guess we're not presenting to you a final product for approval. We're trying to get direction on, are you open to this kind of collaboration that could result in the board considering less open space overall? That is within the board's ability to decide for the PUD, or moving that into a different location within the PUD. But I think those are the details that would come later, but it's kind of where we're at.
And they get some type of credit for the pocket park or the parking.
Those are two great questions that we would explore in those future processes. And to elaborate on a little bit, they're planning to pursue a major PUD amendment process anyway, outside of this conversation for other things. That process is much like a rezoning process that requires a public hearing before planning and zoning and a public hearing before you. If this were a part of that, would then also require a rezoning process, which again has two different public hearings. And then finally, it would also require a major subdivision process. So this sketch would be subject to not only your review, but others' review through many more public processes before it would become reality.
Is so would the townhouses be I had two questions and I just forgot them. Would the townhouses be some kind of like shared equity home ownership or something attainable or affordable for people, or are they going to be market rate?
No, this all of Carbonate Street is going to be between that 60 and 140% AMI.
Okay.
So if we were able to achieve 29 units for sale as opposed to 15 for sale with 3 ADUs, logic would stand to reason that we'd be able to lower the AMI range that we're targeting, because we have not only more density, but they're shared townhome units as opposed to detached units. So that would be one of the key arguments for more density, would be reaching lower on that AMI range. Exactly where that falls, we're still not sure yet. But these would be for sale ownership model townhomes is the idea.
You know, one thing I like about this too, besides it'd be cool to see everything flow together like that. But the collaboration, with South Main, I feel for so many years, we've been butting heads, and I think this might be a great opportunity to get together with them and just kind of share some common ideas. I think that'd be a great opportunity for everybody on both sides. So something to think about.
Yeah, and I think something that is severely lacking here in this town is housing for people to own, to live and want to stay. And I say this from personal experience, where townhomes now are going for over 400,000. So I think having something where people can purchase a home and stay here and live here, I think that, and be way more affordable is huge. And, exactly what Mark says, working with South Main and doing something together that we can get on the same page sounds really magical. So
For me, I think this is perfect situation for multiple reasons, and seeing in the presentation, the possibility to rezone to an R3, I believe it fits the definition and where it's at and what it's about. And talking about the park, it is, though I guess we need some green space for, but the positive is it's so close to other areas of park and access. So, and you can walk and cycle to the economic centers, like totally in favor of the collaboration. I agree also with what Mark said, that it is a good opportunity to hopefully mend some potential, tricky spots there, but more homes for people that are affordable. This is, I think, a perfect example of what hopefully we can continue to do and should do. And it sounds like the agreements, or potentially the way we can sort this out, sounds like there's a lot of collaboration, which is great. So I'm totally all in favor of moving in this direction.
Yeah, and I think this is a great example where both of us maybe don't have, South Main and town don't have the exact it's a weird triangle, and then there's a power line on South Baines property where we're like, what are you gonna do with this weird little sliver? Great way to figure something out together. So.
I would concur with everything, really. I think it's really creative and it's really great that you figured this, opportunity out before, we moved ahead and to support the additional townhomes. I would love to see as much open space conserved as possible, but definitely think that the overriding interest is the housing, so.
When you take what you got with the triangle from the initial plans, there was no good way to lay that property out and get your best out of it. I think it's fantastic to make the two areas of town blend, and I always stick that division in there, South Main, Town of Buena Vista. No, they're all the Town of Buena Vista, it's in the city limits. So blending those two areas of town would work very nicely.
Wonderful. That's pretty clear direction. Thank you.
I think we have direction. Yeah, thank you.
I do have another question on Carbonate Street. Is it a good time to ask?
Sure.
Just the public comment tonight about I guess, I think it was really directed at some kind of solar. And I vaguely recall that question being asked with Fading West at some presentation I saw, either the one, our tour, or another one that I saw. And if I have it right, the town or the housing authority may eventually own this, right? After a certain number of years.
The rental, the mixed use portion, yeah.
Right. And it seems like, again, I don't know how this affects the costs, and I know the costs are tight, but it does seem like in the ultimate equation, it would be cheaper for whoever owns it, and which in some way would accrue to the town and for the people who live there, if there was some alternative energy, some sort of effort to do solar. Has the train left the station on that? Is it not something, is it something Fading West could do, or can it be part of a negotiation still?
Yes to and no to the train. This is the perfect time, and when I say this, I mean this next few months, to set priorities like that. The challenge will absolutely be how to pay for that upfront cost.
Yeah.
When we're looking at the subsidies that the town is willing to put forward to underwrite our priorities.
Right.
If we want to make a priority and define a priority around renewable energy for this project, we need to be ready to match that with a subsidy. Maybe that subsidy is grant funding from somewhere.
Okay.
But I think we would set ourselves up for failure on affordability housing if we only put in a rule on renewable energy.
Okay.
Not also matching that with a subsidy.
I see.
But there could be some good grant money.
That's what I was wondering if.
Could be. I don't know much about that arena.
And so if there was an effort to get grant funding, and understanding that staff resources, are taxed, what would be an option for that? I mean, is there, like, we had a community champion here tonight for that. Could something like that work? Say if the person who spoke was willing to champion some grant efforts?
Get Michael Hannigan to be a champion.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, yes, having a community champion would be wonderful. The design of that building, or those buildings, the mixed use buildings, could fairly easily be made from a starting point to accommodate something like a photovoltaic array.
Okay.
If we're doing that from the start.
Okay.
So if we try to add it on after it's all designed, that's where we're going to start eating really substantial costs.
Okay.
If we're doing it from the beginning and then we can't pull the funding together to actually install them, the costs of making the structure have the ability to do that are pretty negligible.
I see.
So we definitely have that opportunity through the design phase. Now, I do want to honor that the model we've been pursuing is handing this over to Fading West at a certain point, and they will be the ones to build it.
Mhm.
So we need to think very carefully about what requirements we're putting in place. And yet what we're allowing them to be the experts at, which is development.
Okay.
So I just put that out there, not something we have to decide now, but something on my mind that we need to be careful about crafting those expectations properly.
Okay, and so just to quick kind of land the plane on that, it's probably not appropriate for a lot more further discussion tonight, but what would be the next steps? Would it be another sort of creative process with somebody like Michael or somebody involved with you guys, you all in Fading West? And I don't know if South Main would be involved in that part of it, but I mean, how would you proceed on something like that? To explore it.
Yeah, I guess I would say we can do a little bit of cursory research on the basics of what developing a plan like that might look like and what a thoughtful agreement with Fading West might look like. I think we'll want to have that ironed out by the time we go under contract for the land, which we're currently thinking might be August.
Okay.
The sketch plan we bring before you at the end of June is going to be very similar. It's going to be that temple could be built. Not enough detail to make decisions on how big of a solar array we need.
Sure.
So
How would a cost get attached to what you would go for a grant for? I mean, would that?
it'd be pretty rough right now.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll do some work on figuring that out.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people around who are pretty much experts on solar. You know, Sue Griner or Chris Martin.
Yeah, but without knowing what we're building and how much energy.
Yeah, but they probably know how to find that out. Cost.
Yeah, I'd be interested if it's something that can help offset cost of the people living there, you know, as long as it
Their
helps.
monthly bills.
Yeah, if it helps their bill or helps on the rent or something. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Thanks for bringing that up. I like it. But you know, we have to make sure it can work, so.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you for entertaining that.
Good, I think you get to go ahead on both your points.
Thank you.
Right, so we are up to the advisory boards. It's fully open for horse trading.
Oh, that advice, I see.
Different roles. We don't know yet what Peter will be interested in.
Can you participate in this?
I was gonna say, I mean, he's postponing one for one more meeting.
Stuck around this long. Hi, he's here.
Absolutely ask him.
Okay,
Yeah, let's.
here we have a list.
Over there.
Yeah.
Good thing we didn't talk about him.
We have a list
Yeah.
of advisory boards.
Okay.
I don't know if you've given any thought to where you might like to participate.
Honestly, I was just trying to get through tonight.
You did a good job with that.
They didn't want to put the cart before the horse. So
There's the
happy with the
Airport, the Airport Advisory Board. It does seem like it'd be nice to have somebody involved with the Chamber of Commerce, I think.
Yeah.
I think making sure that people can do those times and days too.
Mhm. Yeah, so the Airport Advisory Board meets on Tuesdays, the third Tuesday at 8:30. That might not work with your work schedule, or it may not work with your interest either.
I'm interested, I'm just trying to see what actually would.
Some of them are evening meetings.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who's on a board that wants to get off?
Just gonna ask anybody
Something else?
are willing to consider a.
I'd be willing to switch mine up. I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on what's happening there, but I was hoping to actually see if I could move over to recreation. What's that?
Mark was trying to do that too.
Yeah, I've given up on that.
Yeah.
Mainly because of my background in strong suit in that department. And so I was curious to do that, but obviously if not, I'm happy to, switch around. So I think it's important that we all get a chance to see different areas that so we can learn more in general, but.
I'd be willing to. I mean, I'm on the water board, obviously, it looks like, and then I'm kind of into that one, which is awesome. And thank you, Cindy, for giving that one up, sending that my way. I do have experience with the beautification board. And I've served there before, and I'd be willing to do that again, since I'm kind of familiar with their process and people on the board. So I'd be willing to step up to that one if nobody else wants it.
Well, rec is one of the only ones I can do.
can
'cause
make.
I work nights, so.
I think the beautification.
You do airport, that's a morning
I
one.
don't think so. I told you it didn't work out that one time. They didn't listen to me. I was on it for like a month.
What, beautification?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said.
I said something and then they just kept talking like. I'm like, oh, okay, guys.
Are you looking for somebody for the beautification? They're saying, or Mark, did you say?
No, it's all yours.
Yeah, 5 o'clock, I'll be able to.
Oh, perfect.
I could.
Okay, yeah,
Hour early.
thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's good to have at least one trustee, at least you have one advisory board at least. Before you start taking them all. I know you really wanted to do the beautification.
Oh, I'm flexible.
Water is important too.
So if you're interested in possibly changing from trails, but you wouldn't be if you couldn't go to rec, is that your sense?
I mean, I'd like to go to rec because I think I actually have some value to add there. I mean, I do professionally and I host a race here in town. I just volunteered at the Collegiate Peaks event this weekend, got to work with the Optimist Club. I don't know, I would like the opportunity to at some point, I guess. If that's not possible, then, I mean, yeah, I'm happy to stay with trails. I do like the outdoors. It's kind of my thing.
Okay, but Devin, I hear you.
Yeah.
Rec works for you.
Yeah, rec works for me because they do a lot of mornings. I couldn't do.
You wouldn't switch up for airport? That's the morning.
Slightly.
Already. It's not as early, yeah. And they're gonna be doing a lot of work.
I like the rec board. I know them.
Yeah. Sue, are you interested at all in the airport?
I could learn to be, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the airport, it's just not my wheelhouse so much.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of talented people on that
Yes,
board.
of course.
I don't know if you'd get a word in edgewise.
Well,
I may be misrepresented.
sure, I would do that
Okay.
since Peter stole beautification.
I need the word.
Yeah, I feel pretty good where I'm at, especially now that I'm doing the cog, which turns out to be a little more time than expected, but it's also fun. I got some biscuits and gravy at the last meeting.
Oh, wow, that is fun.
I'd be curious to help out with the chamber. Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah, but it'd be good with that.
It could be interesting.
I don't know what their schedule is for meetings.
I have a flexible schedule, so. But I would be happy to stay with trails and add that on.
Okay,
I'm a go-getter.
sure.
So I have Peter for beautification, Stu for airport, Gina for chamber.
Yep. Do you actually need anybody on the CML Legislative Council?
We've never done it. Joel did it, was I think the last elected official. Maybe Mark Jenkins did it a little bit as well. So it's been a while. Staff looks at it, but it's a good, worthwhile. I would recommend it.
Really? What does it do? I mean, it says annual.
There's an annual meeting.
There are quarterly meetings as well. You can go participate in down at CML.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Down in
It's
Denver.
it's a good experience.
Down
Yeah.
Denver, and you
Really
vote on, you kind of inform CML as a municipality on what their vote should be on particular bills that are coming before them.
Yep. She could stay in a nice hotel downtown.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like we have to staff that
You
necessarily.
didn't realize that? Wasn't
Or it has to be filled.
I stayed at a nice hotel.
I didn't do that.
CMO. We're all going
Think
there.
about that one.
That was the option.
Okay. You locked away. Got it.
Okay, so we are ready to move along then to talking about street patios.
Back before you. I will.
Hi.
Want to hear about patios?
Beautification.
There are two primary aspects to this topic. The first, and sort of the reason that this came up now, is the expiration of some COVID-related state rules and therefore town rules around temporary outdoor patios and retail spaces that were allowed because of COVID, and in order to allow businesses to better accommodate the public health requirements thereof, that those state rules and therefore town rules are expiring at the end of this month. So you all are probably familiar with the one business that I know of that took up this patio policy that was enacted by you all under Resolution 34 in 2020. That's the Eggline Restaurant in South Main. They established a street patio, temporary, put some water-filled kegs out with some rope around a couple parking spaces on River Park Road, right there outside the restaurant. Their temporary license to be able to use that right-of-way and those parking spaces for that use as tied to and allowed under that COVID-related resolution is expiring. So there's been a request by the owner of the Eddy line to figure out if there's a way to extend or renew that setup. As you can imagine, it's a good thing for his business for many reasons, and he would like to continue. So one aspect of this topic is asking for your direction on if you might support or entertain us bringing back before you some sort of formal temporary use and temporary liquor premise permit. And the exact agreement that would entail, whether it's a temporary use permit or a temporary public right-of-way encroachment license, we're not exactly sure on. We need to get with legal and make sure we have that proper. But the idea would be to give the owner of the Eddy line a certain amount of time. We would suggest 6 months to be able to operate much like he's been operating. And that time would allow us to do the second part of this topic on your agenda, which is update the outdoor policy, outdoor patio policy that was approved in 2018. Philip, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to page 128. The main reason that we would like to update this policy is that the policy actually creates a geographic area in which street patios are allowed, which ties to our old zoning map. It says one zone district, which doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't contemplate them at all in South Main, for example. So staff would like the ability to thoughtfully and intentionally and not in a rushed manner, try to update the street patio policy so that you all can decide where these street patios are appropriate, how they should be designed. Things like ADA accessibility and traffic safety weren't necessarily well represented in that 2018 policy. So those are a couple of other topics we'd like to explore. So just to clarify and summarize, two kind of things we'd like your direction on. One, would you be open to considering some sort of temporary extension for the eddy line? While, and then the second request is, would you support staff working with stakeholders to undertake an update and bring back before you a recommended update to the street patio policy? And we anticipate that taking, a couple, 3 months. So we hope that a 6-month extension for the eddy line would either allow that to have enough time for us to have a permanent policy in place. Or if you all decide that South Main or that location isn't appropriate for a permanent patio, it allows him to get through the summer before he has to close it.
So with this extension for the eddy line, it'd be specific to them. There's nobody else that's really requesting an extension right now, or as far as there's nobody else really had a patio like that, was there?
The lariat's out there, isn't it? Don't they have?
No, there's a.
That's part of the old patio.
Is a permanent.
Oh, okay.
Is a permanent approval, or I should say an annual regular approval under the 2018 policy.
So the eddy line is the only one that has requested an extension that would align to an expanded policy that we already have in place, the patio policy. Anything else that we've had discussions about would be a request to extend the COVID temporary use and temporary liquor premise expansion, which doesn't align with what the state will allow after May 31st.
And is anybody using that one?
Yes.
That one?
Yep.
Other than the eddy line?
Yes.
Brewster's Crow, I think is doing
it. South Main.
Oh, yeah.
Brewster's Crow.
I guess my question is, if other people come in and request, they see, well, the eddy line got this extension. Well, if other people come in, will we have to entertain them too?
Possibly. I think you can draw a line where you see this as a extension of a policy that is already in place, as opposed to something that the state won't allow after May 31st, if that makes sense. So if the temporary COVID premise crossed the street, for example, that's not allowed anymore by state. So we would not entertain that kind of request. But something like this that could align with the modified policy, then maybe.
Yeah, I think both of those sound great. I think that's fine to extend that. And I assume a place like Eddy Line, once we get a solid patio thing put forward, they probably would want to put something out probably similar to the Lariat, and yeah.
Updating it. That'd be nice and take some time and redo it, because I remember the first one was kind of a mess.
There's a lot of things to consider: consumption of parking and how that's allocated, and that's in a PUD that has certain restrictions and things like that. So
yeah, we can just shut down Main Street, right?
Yep.
We don't like that.
I have a question, and I find the extension on eddy line. But when we talk about a permanent policy, well, actually with eddy line, I'd ask, have we had any objections to any of these? I can't imagine during COVID that people didn't appreciate it. Okay. But with discussion of a permanent policy, is it something we'd still want to revisit? And is that would that be in the plan? Just because I think things change.
Yes.
Some people don't like the Lariat situation, and I know you're saying that's different. I don't completely understand how that happened, and I don't need to right now, but just I could see some complaints emerging that, would suggest we'd need to just monitor it.
So the term permanent isn't actually part of the street patio policy.
Okay.
It's still a temporary
Right.
setup that's looked at least annually. And they pay a fee each year for that. And the town has the right to take it away.
Okay, okay. All right, thanks.
I'm in favor of extending it or looking into it, so direction from me, I guess, to make it simple.
Anybody, is anyone opposed to these provisions?
No, I do have a comment. Though.
Okay,
The red is where you can have one in downtown.
There's actually a little marker line here.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not all of the red.
yeah,
This is our
This is
old
like-
zoning too.
within a half block of Maine or something.
Yeah, and this blue is an exclusion.
So you can't have it where the blue is.
Correct.
But the dark line around there is where you can have it.
Right, so for example, Crave could have one, could request one, right? This still comes to the board. So under the current policy, Crave could come request a patio off of Railroad Street in front of their location right here on the corner. But a business right here in the mid block could not.
How come? That was just,
At the time, as we recall, the board was concerned about parking in that area, and then also the locations here that could potentially be interested in it had space on their private property for outdoor dining.
I like House Rock.
I don't know about those guys anymore.
As long as we allow traffic on Main Street, where it gets really congested, we need to be aware of safety for our police department, for our fire department, for EMTs whenever help is needed on that. And my only other comment was on some of those side streets where there really isn't a business, I don't think you should allow a patio in front of a residence. I don't see how a business could go in front of somebody's residence, but that's.
So
I'm
cross that
definitely in
bridge.
favor of extending eddy lines as we go through more changes. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, trustee staff interaction. One thing that we said we would talk about is whether we want to do any sort of a fee waiver for the people who are wanting to do free lunch at Columbine Park. Foursquare.
Yeah.
They gone through the proper
So
waiver?
no. There is no proper process. So just context for the board, and we can email you. There's a memo related to this that I think will help guide you on the background of this specific case, and then also the fee waiver policy. There's a policy in place for this. And I think maybe this is something the board can revisit at the next meeting. But in essence, the direction that the board gave in 2020 is they did provide the fee waiver, but then they asked the people involved to align with the policy that was in place and partner with a nonprofit to get at least 50% of their fee waived. They did that in 2021. They're not doing that again this year. I'm not sure why, but so I think it's important for the board to be aware there is a policy in place. There was a determination in 2020, and then ultimately the board can decide to waive the fee, amend the policy, or not waive the fee. So we've years ago, we got away from just random fee waiver requests because there was no rhyme or reason for the board to approve or not approve, and so a policy was developed.
What, I'm sorry, what is the fee?
$390 for the total of, yeah, the Thursdays for 4 months. It's a total.
Okay,
of
the total period.
$390 for
Okay.
the entire term.
$309.
So they're not an organization, they're just a bunch of dudes just doing it?
Yeah.
They're not an
Jeez.
They're not an organization.
Yeah, they're not a 501c3.
Okay.
And they don't meet the fee waiver policy because they're not a nonprofit registered with the state, but they also are not
Making profit.
that too. But they're also just, I don't think they're an organization.
Right. Another question, does the town have any liability for if someone gets sick from the food or anything like that? I mean, I think it's an incredibly generous thing that they do, but I was just wondering. Hi, Jeff. Wait, thanks for coming.
Heard the word liability, so I'm listening.
One of his favorite words.
Yeah, I just didn't figure you needed to see my giant face on your screen all night long. I'm right here the whole time. If you want me to leave my video on, I'd be happy to do it. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that you're basically waiving a fee and allowing them to do something like that, or even if you're providing, financial assistance, you shouldn't have liability for that. Of course, if you know of anything that's a risk that they're doing improperly, you probably want to be careful with that. But you generally have immunity for that kind of stuff under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. So I think you're pretty safe.
Good. And then Shane, I would ask you, they talked about cleaning the park up before and after. Is that your observation as well?
I would say they do clean the park. One thing they also tend to park on the grass, which we aren't a fan of, but they do, sweep it off and, make sure their area is picked up. But they do tend to park on the grass.
Is that where they actually serve, or can that be adjusted?
I think so. I think it's somewhat where they cook and serve. I haven't been there in a couple years.
Okay.
Is it like a religious thing? Do they do what's the,
Yeah, I think it's.
what organization is
It's a
it?
Christian.
Is that all they do is they just give food?
Food and books and different.
They refer to it as the Christian mission in the park.
So not related with the mission over on.
Correct.
Philip, you're kind of suggesting we read the policy and learn the history.
I think this is an opportunity for you all to become familiar with the policy.
Opportunities. Good.
Yeah.
And when we have policies, we like to follow them.
Yeah, and maybe if they suggest them to find a way to go through our policy.
Last year, they partnered with a church and received a 50% reduction in fees.
Yeah.
Which meets the fee waiver policy.
And the policy can change if the board wants to. So it's another thing, as you're looking at it, if there's things to consider.
There is a piece of the policy where there are certain organizations that are exempt from all fees.
I see.
The school district and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. Trustee staff interaction. Briefly, it's 11 o'clock. We want to have an executive session coming up. Philip, got anything?
No.
Okay, Gina?
I just spent some time volunteering over the weekend at the Collegiate Peaks Trail Run. It was a good opportunity to meet with the Optimist Club and just kind of, I don't know, give back in another way. I'm a fan of racing, and it's nice to ran into a few of the rec guys and chat with them a little bit and just learn more about the operational side from them. But it was a good day. It was a lot of fun. People were happy. Good representation of town. That's about it.
Good. Shane?
We got some good news today. We were awarded the Chafee Commons grant.
So awesome. Great.
$45,000 of trail work.
Trail, not the bridge, still not the bridge.
Still not the bridge,
Okay.
but that will should complete the trail work this summer.
Great, excellent. Joseph?
I've spoken far too much tonight.
We haven't heard much from Joel.
A couple of quick things. The Bray Allen, we started the due diligence on that process, and so we should hear back before the end of June with a analysis of that and moving forward. Town Farm, we got the ditch all turned on, and it's working farm, and so thanks to Sean and his crew, they spent like 7 of them went up and cleaned the ditch and chopped willows and did a bunch of things, so. So that's up and running, and then the last thing is we're progressing with a revegetation plan discussion still, so we've got a meeting in a couple of weeks with TriView and pulling out all the attorney guns on that to get a revegetation plan and engineers.
Nice. Good.
Bit by bit. And that's all I have.
Okay, good. So.
Nothing too much. I want to just open the door on something, but not take too much time tonight. I was just wondering, we have these filtering questions and I was trying to apply them at exactly the wrong time and make them asking about projected revenues on the liquor license, which is like not the time to do it, as I learned from Jeff, and not the motivation or whatever. But I see these and I'm wondering with, as we have a whole or partly new board here and some, and we've recently had a fairly difficult public hearing a few weeks ago before I was on the board. I'm just wondering, and it seems like there's an interest among some of us, I know Libby mentioned it, in just more discussion about some of our issues. And I'm wondering if it might make sense to just take a topic that maybe isn't like the hugest topic, or just start to apply these filtering questions a little bit more and actually converse about them and really just go through them. And I just think it might help each of us individually and also help us collectively if we do that. And it may not be necessary. It might just be something we do on our own after a while, but I was just thinking as a new board, it might help us. And I guess I wanted to hear what others might think about that. Although I guess I
think it'd be good to try it on a few items as a group, maybe.
Yes, I know we're not trying to extend this meeting, but any reason we wouldn't do that or any thoughts or?
I'll be honest, I can't really think about that right now.
Okay.
I'm flat, so,
Yeah.
because I want to give it some thought, to be honest.
Sure, yeah.
And I just can't do that right now.
Okay,
So it's been a
understood.
long night.
So I skipped you. Do you have anything on your?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, Devin?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. Mark?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Paula?
I have a couple of things.
Okay.
2 years ago, retail marijuana, town of Buena Vista. You've all been through it. Today, Ascend received their retail marijuana license and they plan on start selling in 5 to 7 days.
Oh, wow, people will be pleased.
So, that's a milestone.
That's amazing.
The other thing, I'll be on vacation from the 19th to the 30th, so Lillian will be here on the May 24th meeting. Also, she is a photographer, and on the website, we have trustee pictures, so she will be here with her camera to take each individual picture so that we have up-to-date pictures. of
Oh,
our
nice.
trustees. So be prepared
They're
to.
dyeing my hair.
Come ready for our close-up. Yes.
All right.
When's this? Next
The
meeting?
24th of May.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Cindy?
I'm ready for executive session.
Okay. Good, okay. I don't have anything except I went to the opening of the Sol Vista Mental Health Center. It's a very beautiful facility and they'll have some inpatient beds and I think it'll simplify our police officers transporting people. So that was good. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and then come back for the executive session.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, guys.
Oh, I could tell you about River, Illinois. I don't think you are linked to jazz.
Peter's wife's like, how long are these meetings usually? I'm like, usually like 10 minutes.
It is. Yeah, so it's pretty good. I can hang out with the
You guys be back? I'm late. You gotta